coming in and going out. Every dollar shows you exactly what's happening with your money in real time, so you can keep tabs on your spending and finally feel in control again, because you are. Right now is a great time to get started, before the ridiculous holiday spending season gets here and sucks you in. Next thing you know, you're right back where you started because you didn't have a plan. Don't let that happen. You're done making that mistake. Download Every Dollar for free in the App Store or Google Play. Every Dollar in the App Store or Google Play today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
She is clearly a nonpartisan person.
President Trump has fired the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, Dr. Erica McIntyre, following a lower-than-expected jobs report for July. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with a response from a member of Congress.
The report found 73,000 jobs added in July and revised the last two reports downward. President Trump accused the Biden appointee in a social media post of manipulating the numbers. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton believes the president is putting political pressure on the commissioner to manipulate the numbers to be better than they are.
It's a very dangerous decision. The director of Bureau of Labor Statistics is an incredibly important nonpartisan position. We need to get accurate information for the sake of our economy.
Stanton adds lawmakers need real data to make good policy. Trump says McIntyre will be replaced by someone more qualified. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, KMPG Chief Economist Diane Swank tells ABC the story that the jobs numbers are telling is that job growth is slowing down.
Part of the reason that didn't push the unemployment rate up more is because we have fewer workers in the workforce than we once did. We are seeing baby boomers age out, not only aging out, but also take early retirement because they're afraid of losing their Social Security.
Both of Arizona's senators, Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly, have garnered some speculation on potential runs for president in 2028. Arizona political journalist John Gabriel tells the Arizona Political Podcast with Jim Sharp that Kelly in particular has some momentum.
They're both just trying to get their name out there. I know Mark Kelly was rumored to be on the short list for to be Kamala Harris's VP choice.
For as early as the idea is, Gabriel believes Kelly and Gallego's recent speaking events in other states are good to get their names to voters, if nothing else. Were you one of the lucky ones who got a little bit wet from some monsoon-like weather last night?
If you live in the East Valley, you probably had a pretty good chance. Some short but strong downpours, mainly near Mesa Gateway Airport, parts of Gilbert, Chandler, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley, even getting winds up to 40 miles an hour. But that's where the good news ends. Meteorologist Isaac Smith with the National Weather Service.
We do have an extreme heat warning in effect starting this morning and continuing through Saturday evening. So everyone should exercise the necessary heat safety precautions to stay cool and drinking plenty of water.
One person is in critical condition after 3 hikers were rescued off the White Tank Mountains yesterday as temps neared 110 degrees. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The chemical manufacturing company 3M has paid the city of Peoria more than $480,000, the first of multiple settlement checks worth more than $2 million over the next 8 years, stemming from a national class action lawsuit over drinking water contaminated with cancer-causing chemicals known as PFAS.
The companies that produce these chemicals have been kind of in the crosshairs from a standpoint of, hey, you produce these chemicals that are having a health effect on our population. You need to help solve this problem.
Peoria Deputy City Manager Kevin Burke says 2 of the city's 29 have been taken offline after testing over the EPA limit, and the money will be used for treatment. 2 people have been charged with murder in the shooting death of a pregnant 16-year-old last month. Phoenix police say 36-year-old Jarrell Davis is also charged with sexual misconduct with a minor following the death of Zariah Dodd. Investigators say she was carrying his child. An 18-year-old accomplice is also charged with murder. Let's check traffic now. Here's Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And Becky, we do have a crash working at 7th Street and Buckeye Road in Phoenix. Otherwise, for right now, looking pretty good out there for a Friday afternoon. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today. That's traffic. I'm Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
This feels really wrong. An extreme heat warning. 112 today, 91 tonight, 113 tomorrow, and 112 again on Sunday. After all of our lovely lower temperatures, we're back to the heat of summer in the valley. 110 in Glendale right now. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
After a long week of working with a bunch of Gen Zers trying to teach me a new language and declaring it's English, or I guess in their words it would be Ing, I am so ready for the weekend. I learned a new word today.
Yeah?
Yeah. Unk.
Unk.
Yes. Do you know what unk means?
Oh, Mason Unk, I think, used to play for ASU football team. No, I don't know what Unk means.
It's short for uncle. Do you know what uncle means?
Uncle means like your dad's brother.
That's what old people say, Joe.
Oh.
And unk
Joe.
is, in fact, an old person.
Unk is an old person.
Yeah, it's like an elder.
Got it.
Yeah, I learned that today.
Yeah.
An
unk.
Yeah.
So
is a young person an F? No.
No.
I was told no. Because I asked.
What if you're a female? Are you an on?
Well, I asked about that too. No.
No.
Because Gen Z just disrespects women. Fact. Or, I'm sorry, no cap. Yep.
Please, bet.
Oh, this has been such a long week. Such a long week. It's been so hard.
I don't get the new lingo. Why can't you just say yes?
Can I ask a quick question here?
Go ahead.
You know, Gen Z could be talking and complaining about Gen Z could be kind of yesterday. What about Gen Alpha?
So
see, I feel like this.
We need to move on to Alpha.
Right, I think so.
Okay. So every generation complains about the next one, and oftentimes we complain about the one that is two away. For instance, I'm Gen X complaining right now about Gen Z, right? Boomers used to complain about Gen X, but also the what was it, the silent generation used to complain about the greatest generation would complain about boomers, and the silent generation would complain about X, and blah, 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 right? All this stuff.
So millennials are going to complain about Alpha.
Alpha, right. But also the geriatric millennials like Joe will complain about Gen Z, and the geriatric Zs will complain about Alpha. Okay. So, and this is totally normal. This is just the way of the world. I'm sure Gen Z will come up with a word for it, be like G-shaming or some crap. But one thing that Gen Z does better than any other generation before them, they give it back, right? They don't take that crap. Gen Z said, wait a minute, you're going to mock us, boomer? Okay, boomer. Oh, no, but no other generation has ever spoken that way to their grandparents. No generation has done that. They've come up with terms like millennials using their phones. They call it the millennial pause. Do you know what the millennial pause is?
No.
I learned this because of the Gen Z education I got in the office today. And that the millennial pause is that the millennials will start a video, but they have to make sure it's recording, so they have to watch the video to see the timer start, and then they'll start speaking. So the millennial pause is that 1 to 2 seconds where they're just staring blankly at the camera before the video starts. Whereas Gen Z knows you just push record and go, right? So they start mocking their older generations, and they do this better than we ever did. Gen X's, we didn't. We just said, we're not lazy. We're not a bunch of potheads. Boomers did the same thing. We're not all a bunch of hippies. How dare you? And every generation has to kind of fight for their stature. Gen Z says, we're going to give it right back to you.
By the way, did you know that there's an entire generation that's been forgotten about, that it's not known as much? And I just learned about this the other day.
What, Gen X? We've totally forgotten.
Generation Jones.
What?
It's between boomers and X.
What?
So boomers are actually like World War II and on up to the 50s.
Is she making up terms?
No, I'm
on us
not
on
making
a
this up.
Friday?
I swear to goodness.
You find
and
this?
so there is
Okay.
a generation. It's like 1950 to 60 on up
54 to 65.
Right. So those people identify more with the X, with Gen X, than they do with boomers, and they get forgotten. And I was reading this entire thing about that the other day.
Next thing you're going to tell
I
me,
don't believe it.
It rained in the East Valley the other day.
Well,
I'm not
we'll
buying
talk
this.
about that too. I totally
No,
buy
this
that.
is one sociologist that came up with this, one commentator that came up with this.
Let me find the big
I'm
long
looking
thing on
at it.
Threads.
Because boomers are defined as 46 to 64. Gen X is defined as 65 to 80.
Okay, but the point is that those people that are from 60 to, what did you say, 65 or
So
like 58,
from 1954
65,
to 1965.
don't
right.
identify with those in the earlier generation.
Okay.
They identify more with the
But
later.
that would be like Joe and I. So I'm at the tail end of X. I was born in 78. Joe was born, what, 81?
82.
Okay. So Joe is at the front of the millennials. So that would be like saying we're Generation Smith. You can't just willy-nilly make up new generations, Becky Lynn.
I don't think I just made it up yesterday. It was out there, but it got skipped over.
You're
Nobody remembers
You're
it.
gen-propriating.
I'm sorry. I'm just telling you.
We're Jen Smith. You just need to roll with it.
You can't. Well, Jen Smith sounds like somebody who makes up generations. I feel like Becky Lynn is Jen Smithing this. Yeah, you're kind of a Jen Smith.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you the Threads thing. There was a long commentary.
No, it's a bunch of people. That's the internet.
Maybe we're Jen Jones.
Don't listen to that internet.
Jen Jones?
George Jones?
Jenny Jones. Remember that?
Jen Jones. Oh, that is funny that we've forgotten about it. It's like the no-show Jones generation, which is kind of like George Jones.
Maybe that's how the name got thrown in there. I like that. I don't hate that.
I did see
Don't
that.
hate that.
When we went to college, what did we say? That was we had to learn, whatever our skill was, right? We went to school and we had to learn reading, writing, arithmetic. I'm going to sound a little bit old here, but we also started to see some new things. Like we had the computer cart. Did you have the computer cart? They used to bring that in so we could play Oregon Trail.
So we did have the Oregon Trail thing. We had this turtle that would go on the screen, and we'd have to make a box.
Did you have to check the cart out from the library? There were only two computers in the school, and you had to check it out. Becky Lynn knows what I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah, so it'd be like our history class had to schedule when we could use the computer. It would be like, okay, Thursday is going to be for Mr. Blackstone's math class, or Mrs. Harrell's history class. So we had to schedule it. Now these Gen Zers, they say that the most important skill that they can gain at school is AI aptitude.
AI aptitude.
Yep. Learning about AI is the most important skill.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I think that is an incredibly important skill, and you and I aren't learning bubkas about that.
Not really. I'm very bad
Does
at
that make you nervous?
Very.
Dude, we've been talking about AI for years now. And what I've learned here at work is just keep doing your job. And when we're ready to incorporate AI, we'll tell you.
Does incorporate mean replace you with?
That's what I'm worried about.
Okay.
That's going to be, you know what, Joe? The day has come for AI and no Joe.
I did see that our career is one of the top 10 that a new Microsoft survey says will be the most impacted, perhaps replaced by AI.
You think AI could do what I do?
Could do what you do, yeah. Broadcast announcers and radio DJs.
But I'm kind of quirky. You really think it can be quirky like me?
No, I don't. And actually, I want to get into that at 2:15 a little bit. So, number one, and this one made sense to me though. Kind of. The most threatened position would be interpreters and translators.
Yeah, Google Translate's been out for years.
Right, but interpreters means that you have to read into nuance. Translate is one thing. And if you've ever dealt with a translator that's not very good at it, then it's kind of like reading the directions on something that you bought off of Temu, and you go, what is this? For best result, have sun happy face, smile today, morrow. What? Right? It makes no sense. Interpreters, though, there may be something to that. Historians, passenger attendants, I assume that means like flight attendants or maybe those working in another mode of transportation. Sales reps is the fourth most that they say is at risk. Writers and authors, customer service reps.
So writers and authors, do you think they mean more articles or like books even? I can see articles. We've already seen it there was a news article we were looking at today that they transcribed what was put on the air.
But that's a transcription. that came from human creativity.
Yeah.
Telephone operators, that makes sense to me. Ticket agents and travel clerks, I think they're wrong on this. But you want to know who is protected, Joe? Manual labor jobs, blue collar, dredge operators, bridge tenders. I don't know how many people are still tending bridges any longer.
I was told not to get into those fields.
Yes. Roofers, concrete finishers, floor sanders, massage therapists, dishwashers, highway maintenance workers. These are all the sorts of jobs that they say, these are safe. AI doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, dishwasher?
Dishwashers are already automated. All you have to have is somebody to put them in and take them out.
I'm telling you, that's what they're. Yeah, but that's labor. That.
Yeah, but
But they go, wait, we're not gonna make the capital investment in a $500,000 machine that's simply going to stack dishes when I could pay some kid $15 an hour to do it.
There will come a dishwasher that will do all of that, and it will. No, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I believe some of those manual labor jobs will be done by AI.
She's kind of spicy in there.
Well,
today.
It's Friday.
AI-powered robotics, right?
Yes.
And I think some of the trouble I have too is delineating what is AI and what is robotic, right? Because in our minds we think of Rosie from the Jetsons, who was really both, right? She was both a robot and had some sort of not consciousness,
honestly, don't you think it is to? I mean, honestly, isn't Google?
I think that's the point.
AI. I mean, think about it. You type in something and it finds it for you.
Absolutely,
call that Google AI. Yeah,
but it doesn't empty your dishwasher.
No, but that's on the way. They just haven't decided that's important.
I feel like when it comes,
that's what we want. I want something to empty my dishwasher.
I think when it comes to this AI stuff, we're doing it wrong. If we're working in technology that is going to first replace us and then later replace our dishwasher,
it should be the other way around.
Yes.
Yes. Right, Joe?
Aren't the machines supposed to take the jobs that we don't want to do?
Yes.
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 That's what I'm saying. But we're doing it totally wrong. So our why today, why is Microsoft's prediction of these jobs at risk missing a key point? Joe sort of hinted at one of them earlier. I think there are actually a couple of points here, and it's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, here's Beck AI with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Today is the last day of a 3-day hearing from the NTSB on that mid-air collision over Washington's Reagan National Airport between a Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines jet. FAA officials, military personnel, air traffic controllers, and airline representatives all gathered to give their testimonies on what went wrong. 67 people died. ABC's Sam Sweeney says there's not one single cause.
NTSB chair said it may be possible that pilot error was not a factor at all, and that the helicopter pilots were misled by that altimeter, getting readings sometimes off by 100 or 200 feet. They brought in 3 of the same helicopters, the same type of helicopters that crashed that night, and they ran tests on them on this same route. And in every single test, the altimeter was faulty.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. A hot weekend ahead. 112 today, 91 the overnight low, and 113 on Saturday. Right now, we're looking at 109 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Briefly, before we tell you why AI is not going to replace everyone that the latest surveys say, Becky Lynn just told us overnight low of 91.
Gross.
Yep.
We pulled up the Old Morons Almanac to find out what the prediction was for the warmest night.
What did we say?
Becky Lynn's pretty close.
Oh.
Is 91 the highest we've had so far? Did we have? We don't know yet. We'll have to figure this out at the end of the season. The record, by the way, is 97. Joe predicted we would tie that, hit 97. He thought the urban heat island effect, as I recall, that was your rationale, would drive the temperature
better than
higher.
me, sure.
I said 95. Producer Pablo, part-time Pablo, he said 91. And Becky Lynn, you said 92. So you're pretty.
Okay.
That could happen tonight.
Yeah, it could.
It could. All right. We'll find out who's right. And again, we keep track of the Old Morons Almanac. It was our predictions for the summer of weather in the valley.
Because we know weather.
We do. We call it
Random guesses.
No, I'm trying to think of what Gen Z would call the weather. They probably call it like Met sky. Yeah, it's like that's what the Met sky's doing. Hey, what's a Metsky? Metsky. Hey, what's a Metsky out?
I hate the term, so you're right. They probably would call it that.
Yeah, that's short for meteorological sky conditions. We call it Metskys.
You unk.
Only an unk would call it weather. So our question, why is Microsoft's prediction of jobs at risk missing a key point? According to a survey that Microsoft put out, the AI job impact list revealed 40 jobs that are at risk from AI, and then 40 that would remain the same. The top 10 of those who are at risk are largely white-collar jobs: interpreters and translators, historians, passenger attendants, sales reps, writers and authors, customer service reps, computer programmers, telephone operators, ticket agents, and broadcast announcers and radio DJs.
Us.
So obviously this showed up on my radar because, our job is one of those.
Your job's on the line.
Yeah. But I think that Microsoft is wrong.
Really?
I think the survey is wrong.
Just on us or on all of it?
On most of them.
Okay.
On most of them. And forget that you've got people in those livelihoods that are going to fight for their careers.
Yeah.
I keep saying I just need to hang on for another 20 more years. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that I don't have to reskill to try to get to retirement, because I ain't got it.
Well, and to reskill, takes money. You probably got to go back to school. And, how are you going to make all that cash again?
And then who wants to hire me, Unk, who just skilled,
educated.
Thank you. So we're all going to fight for it. That goes without saying. But we are in a market-driven society.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Means it's not always what we want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's what the consumer wants, because the consumer drives the sales, right?
Yes.
So I do think that you're going to have workers unite, and we're going to see union contracts are going to try to push back against tech taking over. Now, we've already seen this. I do some work at other radio stations that are union stations, and so I am a part of the SAG-AFTRA union, and I get notices all the time. By the way, this is not a union shop here, but I get notices all the time of stop work orders. So and so's doing this, so and so's doing that. Part of the collective bargaining has to do with AI and what AI can be used for. I also have had conversations with our market manager about AI within our company, and he says that our company is working really hard to make sure that talent continues to be the talent. Mm-hmm. There have been discussions, and I know within other corporations, where they say, why don't we just have talent read a list of words, AI can emulate their voice, and then they don't have to record commercials anymore.
There's some that have experimented with AI as DJs.
But imagine if they're using your voice, so now it's your voice recording the commercial, so you don't have to get paid. But that's you doing, it's literally you, your name, image, likeness, doing it, but you're not being compensated.
Ooh.
In other words, deep fakes.
That stinks.
It does, to sell somebody else's product, right? So we've seen the pushback about creative arts contracts for actors and voiceover workers and here at the station. But at some point, people are going to say, well, I can make more money, right? So one of the things that our company does, which I really like, is they are weighing, okay, look, is our purpose to make money? Are we just a profit machine, or are we here to serve the community and provide stable jobs? I think that the more sustainable business model is not make as much money as you can, because I think that's penny wise and pound foolish. Mm-hmm. I think the most sustainable model is to, sure, make a profit. You're in business. You're not in business to go broke, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But at the same time, how many jobs can I provide? What can I give back to my community? In other words, I'm not aiming for that 30% return when 10% return would do, and I can do more good for more people. I think that's a better, more sustainable business model.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way I was raised.
Yeah, not all about the bottom line. Right. Maybe you can make more along the way if you keep some people happy.
But here's the thing. We are a capitalist society, right? And in many cases, you've got shareholders that you have to appease. Ours is a privately owned company, so it's a little bit different, but many are not. So from the consumer perspective, I think this is what Microsoft is missing, and that is the human connection. Because if we know as consumers that what we are interacting with is not real, and I don't care if that's a sales rep, I don't care if that's a travel agent, I don't care if that's your radio host, I don't care. if it's not real, it's like being in a relationship that with somebody that we love, but they don't love you back.
Mm-hmm.
We feel tolerated. We don't feel connected. And I think the human experience can be imitated, but it cannot be replicated.
But what do you do? Let's talk customer service for a second here. What do you do with customer service if, say, several companies start eliminating their people and you're stuck with the bot?
I think that is a wonderful question. Write that down. Let's answer it here in just a few moments because I think that's a brilliant question that you just asked.
With the bot.
Perfect.
Got it.
So whether AI replaces you or it remains to be seen, we don't know, there is no question that the growth of the industry, still in its infancy, means big changes and big money, which is why we've got a new space race style battle on our hands. And just like the space race, it's the capitalist versus the communist. Who's going to win? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, when you take a look at your house, are you like, that is a good-looking place? Or are you like me, and you're very critical, and you go, oh, boy, I got to fix that shingle. I've got to fix this siding. Wouldn't it be nice if I could repave my driveway? Let me tell you, not only do I do that to my house, I'm going to do it to your house. Yeah, I am. I go, oh, what a beautiful, I don't know, bush they have out front. Or if I see somebody that puts in some nice brick pavers, like, boy, that looks really nice. But then I see their windows and I go, ew, maybe I should have spent the money on the windows. You know, the windows is one of the first things that people notice. So if you're going to do some improvements on your house to increase the value, might I recommend new windows? And might I recommend windows from Advanced Window Products, a place that makes those windows right here in the Valley. With Cardinal glass manufactured in Buckeye, assembled are these windows from Advanced Window Products at their warehouse in the West Valley as well. When you call Advanced Window Products at 480-764-2002, you're going to talk to somebody in the Valley. You're going to set up an appointment with someone in the Valley. They're going to come measure your home. You are going to make that purchase, and the windows are going to be built in the Valley and then installed by people who live right here. From start to finish, you're dealing with neighbors. And right now, you buy 10 windows or more, and you get $2,500 off. Beat that rush. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Again, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com. Staples.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school. In stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899, and new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump has directed the firing of the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the office that produces monthly jobs reports. BLS reported earlier today that the nation added only 73,000 jobs last month, and it revised earlier figures from May and June sharply downward. Trump said in a social media post the commissioner would be replaced by someone much more competent and qualified. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Erica McIntyre, a government economist for much of her career, was confirmed by the Senate early last year, 86-8. The bureau she led was created by Congress to study labor and economic trends in 1884, and its chief is appointed to a 4-year term. But the law places no restrictions on the president's power to remove a BLS commissioner. Still, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer was sharply critical of Trump's move, coming just hours after the July jobs report was released.
Instead of trying to fix the economy, he shoots the messenger.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
The Maricopa County Library District is offering a parental choice program at most branches. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
That new parental choice program is available at 10 of the county's 14 library branches, which are separate from Valley City libraries. It allows parents to list up to 10 books that their children would not be able to check out. Maricopa County Supervisor Mark Stewart adding,
that was the crux of the pilot program, was to allow parents to go in and kind of create the list of books that they think might be inappropriate for their kids, and then add those to a list of books that the kids couldn't check out.
And there are plans to bring that program to the remaining 4 county libraries in the near future. All 14 branches have also moved juvenile health books to adult sections due to concerns of explicit material. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A 13-year-old boy was rushed to the hospital after being hit by a truck while riding his bike to school in Glendale this morning. Police say the teen was headed north on 67th Avenue when he was hit by a turning pickup about 7 a.m. We're told the boy suffered life-threatening injuries. The driver stayed at the scene, and police say there were no signs of impairment. Let's check on the roads right now with Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Here's a rough spot in an unusual place, the Loop 202 westbound. This is west of 17th Avenue. There's a wreck there that's leading to a backup that heads all the way back to Desert Foothills Parkway, so allow a little extra time if you're headed that way. On the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 43rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road, also a wreck at 51st Avenue and Indian School. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
This weekend, an extreme heat warning in effect for the Valley with a high today at 112, 91 the low overnight, and then tomorrow 113. 112 again on Sunday. In Queen Creek, right now it's 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Friday, and does your company have a love contract? Wait, do we need a love contract at KTAR? And will I like it or hate it? We'll find out together today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And did you know we're on YouTube? You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. We were discussing Microsoft's report of the most threatened jobs, AI's most threatened jobs, but also the ones that AI can't touch right now. And the ones that AI can't touch is basically labor job, blue collar, hardworking jobs.
Dishwasher, phlebotomist,
roofers, concrete finishers, maids and housekeepers, highway maintenance workers, dredge operators.
Is that like a ditch digger?
They're the, yeah.
You were kind of impressed I came up with that and didn't have to Google, weren't you?
Yeah, but I think I don't know. I think of dredge operators as somebody who's ditch digging underwater. Isn't that what dredging is?
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, regardless, those are all hands-on skills.
Yeah.
The problem I'm having is, as we develop society, aren't we supposed to be taking care of the manual labor jobs so that we don't have to do that
That's what
anymore?
I thought we were. Isn't that how we were raised to not have to dig ditches and wash dishes?
Didn't we develop the plow so we could go out in a field with the horses and crap?
Well,
wasn't that the whole idea?
Question 2. What dishwasher is celebrating like, yes!
Safe!
My job is not going to be touched. Like, I'm sure there's some awesome dishwashers out there, but don't they aspire for more?
I mean, usually a dishwasher is an entry-level job or a get-off-the-street job. Yeah, definitely.
Like, AI is not going to get me.
But, Joe, you asked a question here because I think that they're missing something on this. They talked about the white-collar jobs going away, and I think that they are missing that human connection.
Yeah.
I don't think the human experience can be replaced. It could be imitated, but not replaced.
But what happens with, say, the customer service industry, where we've seen a lot of the humans get replaced, and now we're just stuck with the bot?
Yes.
So what then?
I'm glad you said that. Because I think that we have the ability as a society to offer collective pushback. So by this, I mean, as companies are trying to feed us these manufactured relationships, or they're trying to put us through the prompts, right?
Press 1 for drudgery.
And you like that, right?
I hate it.
Okay, we all hate that. I see people using and uniting against this astroturfing of their world. We don't like being treated like cattle who just need to be tended. And I have a couple of examples. Offshoring versus onshoring. For a long time, the trend was, we still see some companies do it. They go, you know what? We're just going to farm our customer service out to India, right? People in the United States got so frustrated with dealing with overseas customer service reps who had very limited English skills, right? That it became such a challenge. And I think that if you excel in your job, you are I don't want to say irreplaceable, right? But pretty close to it.
You think that farming out is getting better? Because I feel like it's slowed down, but it's still going on.
It's still going on, but I think that we're seeing a number of companies that went, the reaction to our customer service is so poor right now that we need to bring it back onshore. And so we've seen call centers reopening in the United States from companies that had offshored their customer service, and now they're going, we have upset our customer base so much. The outcry is so bad, it's starting to threaten our brand.
I hope you're right.
I am right.
I hope you're right.
All right, let me give you another example here, Smarty Pants.
I hope you're right. Why am I Smarty Pants? I'm hoping you're right.
Listen, Thomas, doubter, don't doubt me.
I'm Joseph, not Thomas.
What do you always like to say? Follow the money.
That's what you say, and I took it from you.
So you're saying that, well, we're in a capitalistic society. If I can save a buck, then certainly.
Here comes the bot.
Here comes the bot. We're going to replace Joe because it's going to save us $1. If the company works to cut every corner with AI or robots, and again, at some point we're going to have AI that is operating robots that will be replacing, human physical activity. But they're two different things right now. If that ends up costing them more than they save, then they will return to the more perceived expensive model. If all of a sudden your offshoring of your customer service ends up damaging your brand and you start seeing your stock price drop, you go, okay, the customer pushback is significant enough. We have to bring it back here. And we have to say, we're more American and we hire Americans, and then you got to rebuild your brand, right?
Yes.
So what do? They go, I'm going to spend a little bit more money on American labor because in the long run, it's better for my business. It's just a question of where that balance is. And we've seen this with things like self-checkout. Self-checkout, much less expensive, but it ignores the human element. And that human element is we're horrible people who steal crap. So the more you try to say, I'm not going to pay these people minimum wage to sit at a cashier station and check people out, all of a sudden you started seeing backfire.
Dude, I've had it the last few weeks at Fry's. They shut down half the self-checkout lines at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and everybody is in a line 5 to 10 deep.
You should shop in the morning.
That's a crazy.
You should get up early.
Wake up early?
Yeah.
You do like bath salts before you came in here today? There's no chance I'm waking up early.
I got another great example for you.
Okay.
All right. When we talk about cutting things for the bottom line, all right, you have to consider your business model. So if we're saying AI is going to make things cheaper, does that mean that's the business that you want to be running? So think about restaurants. Because you would admit that fast food places have lower operating costs.
Oh, no doubt.
Than a fancy steakhouse, right?
Well, they have fewer employees, too.
That's part of their operating costs, yes. They've got more automation, right? They have fewer cooks. They've got fewer preps. They've got fewer dishwashers. They don't have any servers.
Easier menu.
It's cheaper.
Yeah.
And actually, going one step further, it's even cheaper than that, vending machines. Those are even more efficient. Look at the return on a vending machine. So why do we have any restaurant that isn't just simply a vending machine?
People are willing to pay for it?
Why?
Customer demands it.
Why? What is the customer after?
Experience?
Experience. They want that atmosphere. They want that experience. You cannot replace the human experience. I was talking about this with Roundabout Roller this morning, our morning traffic guy, and he says, that AI won't have the panache I do. You said AI won't be as quirky as I am. And so I'm going to come back to something I said before, and that is if you are good at your job and you understand what your job is, if you're a salesperson who simply takes orders, writes it down, and then puts it into a machine, you're being replaced. That is easy to replace. And we've seen this happen before. This is what Amazon does. Done. Order is replaced. But if you're the salesperson who understands you have to cultivate relationships to keep that customer happy and keep them coming back, and you're going to help them troubleshoot problems, and you're going to send them cards for their daughter's birthday or their quinceañera or whatever it is, all of a sudden you're irreplaceable. AI isn't going to do that. So AI isn't going to think about your perspective.
So your company might can you, but you will find another company who would jump at the opportunity to pick you up because they recognize and you can sell what you can do.
Absolutely. If one restaurant closes, but you're a really good server, you've built a reputation. And I know the different restaurants talk, and I know servers have worked with different servers, and they all talk. So if you're a good server, another restaurant wants you there.
You have
If
references,
you're a good chef, right, they're going to want you there. So, yeah, I think that the story is mistaken. I don't think it's going to wipe everything out. I just don't see that happening. There is a question about whether or not we're going to win the AI race with China. See what China's doing? Because, Trump has tried to reinvest a bunch of money in AI, and he's talked about the push for AI in the United States. And we started the AI race, and we're going to win the AI race and all this kind of stuff. And I'm behind him on that. That's all great. China's got this weird capitalist communist model where they take state funds and they invest it in some of the pseudo-private industry. Government oversees everything, but it's kind of, you can still make profit and things like that. It's a strange model that they have. They've basically said, we're not going to invest in any company that doesn't push forward on the tech side. So they're not investing in things. we might invest in a bunch of different things. We might invest in tech that helps with, say, windmill development. I'm just making crap up there, right? Something else. They're going, how does this help AI? And you go, well, really, it's not an AI thing. They go, then we're not going to put money into it. So they are refocusing their entire country's economy on the AI race.
That's what you call all in. Yeah.
They're going all in. Yeah. That's a great point. And it's worked out well for NVIDIA. You said $4 trillion?
They're the highest value, right?
Yeah. Greatest value company. Microsoft peaked over $4 trillion briefly. Yeah. After it. Getting after it. All right, you've heard us talk about the importance of the real human connection that AI can only imitate but not replicate. And for some, imitation is actually more than they could even ask for. The human connection meets the business models. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hugs from patients like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Today, President Trump posted on social media saying he ordered 2 U.S. submarines to be positioned around areas of Russia. It isn't clear where the submarines are going, but the president says it's due to highly provocative statements made by Russian official Dmitry Medvedev. More now from ABC's Louis Martinez, who's at the Pentagon.
One of the things that we have to remember is that this is what submarine forces do. They are constantly around the world on classified missions, and it is very rare to actually disclose that a submarine mission is underway or a kind of deployment in this way, as President Trump is saying in this social media post. So it's it's just a lot of questions that officials here at the Pentagon really don't have answers to because they're referring all of our questions to the White House.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Extreme heat warning in effect through the weekend. 112 today, 113 tomorrow. It's 112 in Tolleson right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
LaDonna Harvey here. Can firefighters outflank the weather this weekend on the north rim of the Grand Canyon? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR. On air, online, on the KTAR News app. And school is back in session. We're giving $2,500 to a lucky teacher every month. Text teacher to 620-620 to nominate a deserving educator. They could be our next winner. That is a teacher to 620-620. Pay tribute to a teacher. Brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. What do you think Gen Z would call teachers? INS, short for instructors. They would come up with something different.
Ink Master.
We would. Oh, that's good. We found out earlier that an elder, in other words, like someone who's a respected elder, is an UNC, short for uncle.
Yeah,
so it would have to be nearly adjacent to the. So it wouldn't be instructor. It would be almost like let's see. We've got a tutor. So you'd be a tutu.
Inktude. I'm a big fan of all of our digital department, but there's a new addition we had over the last few months.
Yeah.
And I think she was trying to be complimentary to me as I went up to her. She was asking, hey, what do you like on the show so far?
Did you Huizinga her?
Maybe a little. And I just said, really like this part of the show. And she goes, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, I'm an UNC, though. And she kind of snickered. And she was trying to be nice. And she's like, yeah, I did like that discussion, too. And I was like, oh, but I'm old? Like, it just left me feeling less than. She's trying to be complimentary, but
you didn't provoke her at all, did you?
No.
No, you wouldn't do that.
No.
Joe doesn't do that.
No.
No.
Only to those whom I do not care for.
Do you know anyone that talks fondly with an online persona?
Talks fondly with an online persona? What do you mean?
You go on ChatGPT and you just start having a conversation, and then the conversation gets a little flirty, and then the conversation, you start to feel a connection.
I actually don't know anybody who's done this with a bot.
We've seen a couple of different movies about this.
Yeah.
Like the concept is sci-fi come to reality.
What was the one with Scarlett Johansson?
Wasn't that called Her?
I think it was.
Yeah. ChatGPT's launch late 2022, ushering in a new era of chatbots, some proving to be smart, quick-witted, argumentative, helpful, sometimes aggressively romantic, and some people are falling in love with the AI companions that they create. Others are building what they describe as deep friendships, having daily tea or engaging in role-playing adventures with them.
That scare you?
You know what? It doesn't worry me if it's a generally well-adjusted person who always knows that they're talking to a machine.
Okay, but also at what point along the line do you somewhat lose sight of that and fall into this?
The trap.
Yeah, because you connect less with people and you're connecting more with a bot and you're losing touch with reality.
So what worries me is how many people are connecting with the bot instead of other people.
Or what is the bot telling them?
Yeah, that's true. Versus how many people are connecting with the bot because they can't connect with other people.
Yeah.
Right? So that's my concern. So if you're treating it almost like you would, like you read your favorite author and you think you get to know your favorite author and you kind of imagine what their take would be.
Of
your own understanding of what you're discussing. But I'm not even saying that way. I mean, I'm thinking like, columnist or something like that. Or, a lot of people will say, hey, I like your show. I listen to this and I imagine you have this kind of life. And I go, thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's very flattering to me. I've never met you before though. Right. But that doesn't mean we don't have a relationship.
They certainly do with you.
Right. Yeah. And I kind of feel that way. Like, as long as you understand you're at an arm's length from a machine, that's fine. But when you start to feel, and this is when, again, some people are a little off kilter. This is when, Taylor Swift starts getting stalkers because they're convinced that she's writing songs about them. Right? That's where it worries me. When they're no longer able to separate the reality from the AI. That concerns me a little bit. Also, did you see that some people are starting to fawn over AI models? Yeah, a lot of online models that you might see. I see Vogue was running ads for different, who was it? Guess. Was it Guess? Yeah. The clothing company Guess. They're using AI-generated models to show off their clothing now. Instead of just paying models?
Cheaper, for sure.
Yeah. But then you're looking at somebody that's fake. At least with the model, I know you just glammed her up.
But you don't know, maybe. You don't know that it's fake.
Does it matter if it's just a model on a piece of paper?
How do you know?
I'm just worried about somebody losing their job. That's the only thing I don't like. Hey, you see people in the streets every day around the valley. You might look at them with sympathy, disgust, maybe apathy. Have you ever imagined what it would be like to spend the night on the mean streets of one of America's largest and absolutely hottest cities in the country? That question does get answered next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This summer, the music comes alive at the Celebrity Theater. August 13th, it's 5-time Grammy winner Kev Mo with special guest Sean Coven. August 31st, get ready for art rock legends 10cc. And on September 13th, blues powerhouse Samantha Fish brings the fire. 3 unforgettable nights, 1 legendary venue. Celebrity Theater, where every seat is close to the action. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
It's Gatos. And America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the Big Give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley real estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants, because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price, with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
She is clearly a nonpartisan person.
President Trump today fired the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, Dr. Erica McIntyre, following a lower-than-expected jobs report for July.
The report found 73,000 jobs added in July and revised the last 2 reports downward. President Trump accused the Biden appointee in a social media post of manipulating the numbers. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton believes the president is putting political pressure on the commissioner to manipulate the numbers to be better than they are.
It's a very dangerous decision. The director of Bureau of Labor Statistics is an incredibly important nonpartisan position. We need to get accurate information for the sake of our economy.
Stanton adds lawmakers need real data to make good policy. Trump says McIntyre will be replaced by someone more qualified. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KPMG chief economist Diane Swank tells ABC News the numbers show job growth slowing down without raising unemployment.
1.5 million foreign-born workers fewer are in the workforce than they were in April, and that decline in the number of workers helps to hold down the unemployment rate.
The federally funded entity that provides grants to public broadcasters is shutting down. It's a consequence of Congress's decision to zero out the organization's funding. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
The Corporation for Public Broadcasting was established by Congress in 1967 to fund the nation's non-commercial radio and television stations. But with Congress acting at the president's request to pull back the next 2 years' worth of funding, CPB's CEO says the entity now faces the difficult reality of having to shut down. Most staff positions will be eliminated at the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. A statement says a small team will stay through next January to close out operations.
The Maricopa County Library District has moved juvenile health education books into adult sections, impacting about 52 titles. County Supervisor Mark Stewart says it's an effort to protect kids from sexual content. He also says, as of today, most county libraries have begun a program that allows parents to prevent their kids from checking out up to 10 specific titles. A civilian was fatally shot after trying to illegally enter Davis-Monthan Air Force Base near Tucson early this morning. The Air Force says the individual failed to stop at the base's main gate, then crashed into a vehicle barrier before being shot by security forces. The incident is now under investigation. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's August 1st, and back on this day in 1981, MTV was launched. MTV, music television, went on the air for the first time ever, and the first music video to ever air on the new cable television channel. Video killed the radio star. In MTV's early days, its programming consisted of basic music videos that were introduced by VJs, aka video jockeys. And as the record industry saw MTV's value as a promotional scheme, money was invested in making creative, cutting-edge videos. MTV was crucial in promoting the careers of musicians such as Madonna, Michael Jackson, Prince, and Duran Duran, whose videos played in a pretty heavy rotation. In the late 1980s, MTV started airing non-video programming. Its popular reality series, The Real World, launched in 1992, followed by The Osbournes, Newlyweds Nick and Jessica, My Super Sweet 16, just to name a few. And even though MTV doesn't air any music videos anymore, it was a major influence on the growth of music videos during the 80s and 90s, and it first aired back on this day in 1981.
Let's take a look at traffic now. Here's Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck in the mini stack. This is going to be on the right shoulder. Look, this is slow normally at this time every day, but it's just a little extra slow right now because it is the mini stack and it's affecting westbound Loop 202. So you know that westbound traffic is usually thick this time of day on the 202 and the 10. So let's move on to a crash on the right shoulder on the east side of the town. This is going to be the 60 eastbound near Gilbert Road. We also have a wreck that happened at the I-17 southbound on-ramp in the North Valley. This is just south of the Loop 101. It affects the Yorkshire Drive because that has been on the left shoulder. And Loop 202 westbound west of 17th Avenue. Now, this is mostly cleared, and the backup is a little residual right now, but it is getting a little bit better there. So traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies and 91 for our overnight low. Our extreme heat warning is on. We're expecting 113 for the high on Saturday and 112 on Sunday. Right now, we're climbing. It's 109 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Pleasure spending our Friday with you. Hopefully, it's a pleasure for you to spend your Friday with us. It's always the goal. I was really interested. I saw ABC 15 was doing the story.
Mm-hmm.
And here's how it goes. And it was Ford Hatchett that did the story. Let's see. Hey, actually, can we get... Hey, Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico's in for producer Pablo today. Will you see if you can call and get Ford Hatchett from 15 on with us? Thanks, buddy. He's gonna check it out, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
We have the numbers. Did you see that they spent the night outside spending time with the unhoused community? So they did like a whole night outside among the unhoused, which...
Bunch of organizations did. Yep.
You would just refer to this as like your Tuesday run, which you usually start about 11 p.m., stroll through some neighborhoods where homeless people may have left some items out.
You're being
dig through
funny,
their items.
but you're not horribly off.
I know. And oftentimes you end your run about what, 2 o'clock in the morning?
1.
Okay. All right.
Not 2.
Pretty close.
2 is sleeping time, Chris.
I wonder if you got him? Oh, cool. ABC's Ford Hatchett, the reporter who spent time with the unhoused community overnight, joining us right now. Ford, when you were out, did you happen to run across Joe doing his late night run? Doesn't spend all
my
day
eyes only move so quick, so he was probably running by too fast for me to even keep an eye on.
100%.
They call me the blur, Ford. That's right.
Hey, talk to me about this project that you did. Obviously, you did a report on this, but there were other organizations that were spending the night kind of on the street. And what was the idea here?
It started, this is something that obviously you, Chris, both you, Chris, and Joe know, well here in the Valley. It's when we were going through things with the zone cleanup a couple of years ago. That was when I was still pretty new to the Valley, and it was something that kind of captivated my interest and one of our photojournalists, Danny Bavero. So we talked about, one night we need to get outside and actually spend the night out and experience it. So the opportunity kind of was presented because, as you mentioned, there were several different organizations, mainly the Homeless ID Project led this charge. You had CAS, you had St. Joseph the Worker, Crossroads, several organizations got out. And the Homeless ID Project was founded decades ago by a man that spent 30 days both in Tucson and Phoenix out with the unhoused population and discovered that IDs were something that were desperately needed to find work and find places to stay. So they do it every now and then. And so they spend a night out, and we figured what a time to do it and experience it ourselves. So it's something interesting when you go out and do these stories during the daytime, and you can't imagine being out when it's 110 degrees, and you learn so much from folks there. But even at night, man, I'll tell you, just and I was fortunate enough, I filled up a thing of water before leaving home, right, and went to the bathroom before I left home. And you get out there, and even when it's dipping down in the high 80s or low 90s, you still feel it. You're sweating, and it just was kind of a reminder to me of just how fortunate and privileged I can be sometimes to not have to experience that. Because even a couple hours in to the night outside, I felt like, man, I need to get a shower. I just feel different. And when you speak to folks who live out there and that's their experience night after night, you realize how quickly you can become a different person, and people passing by can look at you different.
Talking with wonderful reporter Ford Hatchett from our TV partner at ABC 15. Ford, where exactly did you go? Were you in the zone, that area between 7th and 16th Ave down by Jefferson Street? And what did you see, too?
So we started over by St. Joseph the Worker, so like 7th Street and Palm. And then we did, and again, this is where I don't want to make any bones that we were out really roughing it the way some people have to every night. We had a car, we had all our camera gear, so we had that in the trunk, and we drove around a little bit. So we were over by like 16th and McDowell for a little bit, and then we came back down towards downtown, and we're over by like Central, like the park area by ASU downtown, so right over there by First Ave, and so we kind of bounced around a little bit, and it's funny because for us it was kind of popping in for a night to see what the experience was. And so many people we talked to said, oh, this is my spot every night, whether it's by the Circle K here or, whether it was downtown. There were folks sleeping in that area, right by the light rail station. And they said, yeah, this little corner has been my corner for a bit, but I know the folks just up the road that are sleeping on the grass over there. And it was almost like a neighborhood community. And one thing that struck me in talking to people is they say they were surprised, first off, that we would stop and try to talk to them. They said they're just so used to people walking right past, not saying a word and ignoring them, that at first, I think for some of them at least, their guard was kind of up. Okay, what do you want from me? Why are you stopping to bug me? Right? What is something bad going to happen? And one woman told me something, and I'll say for the story, the vast majority of folks we talked to didn't want to go on camera. They said, I don't want to be seen like this, things like that. And one woman off camera told me just about how she gets frustrated sometimes and she was staying near Circle K, and she pointed out the guy that something wasn't right. I don't know if it was drugs or just a mental health issue, but he didn't have a shirt on and he's banging his chest, and something wasn't right. That wasn't who we were going to go talk to at that moment for our safety. And she said her problem is a lot of people drive by and look at him and they think we all are the exact same, right? And some people don't come up and offer a bottle of water when it's 115 because they're worried I may do something to them, when that's not the case. And the thing I take away from the majority of these stories we do with the unhoused community is that I'm glad it's not up to me to find a solution, because there really is no one size fits all solution. There's so many different and unique stories from folks that you meet out there on how they got in that position or why they're still there, and what help they think they need.
Ford Hatchett from ABC 15, who was taking part of the Homeless ID Project, where a group of different organizations went out and they made contact with homeless individuals on the streets, and Ford was interviewing some of these and trying to stay up most of the night with them. work me through a little bit of what the Homeless ID Project was able to accomplish as you guys were on the streets. Were you able to get people, closer to getting identification?
It wasn't that night, right?
Okay.
And the Homeless ID Project, they do such great work, but I think a lot of times it's just making contact that night and hoping for the next day to stay in contact, right? Because, one of the things that I know they're proudest of is just last year they helped more than 3,000 women get either birth certificates or IDs. And the vast majority of them were victims of domestic abuse or violence. And it's little things I didn't know, right? Again, having an ID and knowing where my birth certificate is, right? You take that for granted even. But there are folks that have moved here or from out of state, and the Homeless ID Project said to get a birth certificate replacement if someone was born in the state of Connecticut can take 11 months, right?
Oh.
And just what do you do? Here in Arizona, they said it's much quicker. Thankfully, it's a matter of weeks, sometimes not even that long. But I encourage anybody that has the time or the passion, that the Homeless ID Project and all these other organizations are always looking for volunteers as well. But to hear from some of the volunteers and even board members at the Homeless ID Project talking about that feeling of gratitude and the sense of gratitude and the joy you can get when you can hand someone an ID card and their eyes light up, because that opens the doors for possibilities just in life of if you have the funds to getting an apartment, right? Everything starts with an ID. There are some folks that are out on the streets that they encounter who may be fleeing different situations and they have money in the bank. But if they there was one woman's story we heard that she left an abusive situation, but didn't pack a bag or anything. She just got out and left, which she said was the right decision. But then she didn't have an ID. She didn't have any of her documents. And so even though she had money in the bank, she couldn't get into it. And so little things just like an ID can go such a far and long way for folks in situations like this. So I don't think that there was anyone that we got an ID that night, but there were folks that you make contact with that hopefully kickstart that process.
Good.
That is Ford Hatchett was outside with the homeless. Homelessness in Phoenix was his story. Spent a night out there working with the Homeless ID Project, learning about what life is like on the streets and just how valuable and powerful that ID can be to helping the unhoused get off the streets. Ford, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Always a joy, guys.
Thanks. Ford Hatchett, ABC 15. Find that story on either their website or their YouTube or whatever, and I would encourage you to take a look at what he did. Great work there. Hey, we aren't likely to solve the issues of homelessness in our lifetimes. As Ford just put, it's far too complicated to just wave a wand, right? Yeah. The best we can do really is work on getting as many people off the streets as possible, which requires empathy, but it may also require some tough love. The trouble is the tough love crowd has very little empathy, and the empaths, they lack the fortitude to be tough. So where's the balance? That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The city of Peoria has received its first settlement check, more than $480,000 from chemical giant 3M. It's one of multiple payments totaling more than $2 million over the next 8 years as part of a national class action lawsuit over the company's role in contaminating drinking water with forever chemicals, better known as PFAS. Peoria Deputy City Manager Kevin Burke says 2 of the city's 29 wells have been taken offline after testing over the EPA limit, and that money will be used for treatment.
While we are in a position right now that we can turn wells off, we need to be planning ahead for growth such that when the time comes that we need this resource, we have the treatment in place.
And this is on top of 3 other lawsuits the city's working to settle over the contaminated water. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now to the roads. Here's Heather Larson with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got reports of a car fire on the I-10 eastbound at 24th Street. This is on the southwest corner of Sky Harbor over by the Salt River. And also on the south side of the valley, I-10 westbound, very slow at Casablanca Road, probably due to an earlier wreck there. We've also got a crash on the right shoulder of the 60 eastbound near Gilbert. And let's not forget about that wreck that's been slowing things things down at the mini stack. It's not as bad as it was 15 minutes ago, but that wreck is still on the shoulder there, right in the middle of the mini stack, affecting westbound 202 and westbound 10, of course, through downtown. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our extreme heat warning is on for the weekend. We got up to 113 just about 15 minutes ago at Sky Harbor, but right now it's 110 in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
It's Gatos. Governor Katie Hobbs has sent the White House a big, beautiful bill for $760 million. Will Trump pay for it? We'll talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos starts at 4.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On air, online, on the KTAR News app. Joe, did you notice that left lane is getting a little wordy?
I did not.
Yeah. I feel like left lane's milking the traffic reports a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
She's trying to steal some of your sunshine?
I think she's just trying to get a little more airtime.
Really?
We'll have to talk to her about that.
Oh, I'm sure we can send her somewhere.
Talk to the boss about that. Becky Lynn, let's just make a note. We need to talk to the boss about left lane's traffic reports getting a little long.
Oh, you think they're too long?
Nah, they're a little long.
Okay.
I think she's kind of milking for airtime a little bit there.
Oh.
I think we can do better. That's my thought.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go have a chat.
You want Becky Lynn to do them?
No.
Bumper to bumper, Becky.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. Beat Becky Lynn? Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That's pretty good.
Let's not get started. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
All right. Would have been a fun name.
It would have been,
All right.
but we're not
We'll
going
just have a look. Just don't be surprised if you never hear from left lane again. Not after I'm done with her.
Oh, man, you're serious.
I'm serious.
Oh, geez.
It's just, you're supposed to keep those traffic reports like 45 seconds. Did you see that last one? It was like 48.
Oh, you were timing her.
Of course I'm timing her.
Yeah, because we really stick to our
I always stick to the clock.
ins and outs, too.
I'm right on it.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh, you're all over it.
Okay. All right.
Nobody's better at clocking than me.
Uh-huh.
I'm basically a Timex. I'm the human Timex.
Definitely not a Rolex.
That's it.
More like a Seiko.
We were talking about the homeless issues as Ford Hatchett from ABC 50. Ford Hatchett.
There you go. I was waiting for that.
The Ford Hatchett.
Mm-hmm. Really appreciate him joining us because he got the perspective of, and he said it. He was outside for one night.
Whether it's the rainforest or the concrete jungle, you're going to feel at home in the Ford Hatchet.
But he did get out and experience it and see the challenges that the homeless are facing and work with a number of these organizations, Homeless ID Project, CAS, a handful of others as well, to figure out, hey, just getting an ID in somebody's hand can help get them off the streets and, back into a shelter.
Whether your work is across the frozen tundra, over the Amazon rainforest, or just through that concrete jungle, you'll get there with style in the all-new Ford Hatchet.
Yes. You want to talk about what's going on in Glendale with some of the unhoused? You see that?
That? I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that.
It really drew my ire earlier this week.
Because there's a lawsuit now. So Glendale passed this panhandling ordinance. And if you're unfamiliar with this,
it's pretty strict.
Yeah. Basically, if you are panhandling on the street, and they passed this, like 3 years ago or something?
2022.
So they're saying you can't solicit money in an aggressive manner in any public area. Now, what does that mean? How do we define aggressive?
Well, within 50 feet of a bank or an ATM.
Right.
Not in any public transportation, vehicle, or stop.
Yes.
You also cannot panhandle on private property within 25 feet of any business, and you cannot solicit money from any motorist stopped at a stoplight or stop sign.
Okay. You're also not allowed to stop for any reason in a median or a crosswalk.
So if you're walking, you got to keep walking. That's right.
All right. So what's happening now is that the ACLU is suing Public Justice, ASU, Sandra Day O'Connor, College of the First Amendment Clinic, representing the three people who are filing a lawsuit saying this is too aggressive of a homeless issue. I don't think that they're going to have any luck.
Really?
Yes, I don't think they're going to have any luck. And they're bringing it up on free speech grounds. But based on what we've seen from the Supreme Court of late, where the Supreme Court basically says you can outlaw homelessness, right? You can have somebody removed from whatever it is. And laws that we've had passed in Arizona in the past, I just don't see this getting overturned. I could be wrong. But I think this is where we find ourselves at the intersection between empathy and enforcement. And it's really tough because somebody who's on the street, and you heard Fort Hatchett talking about this, and let me give you the two different sides of this coin.
Sure.
He's talking with one woman who says one of the difficult things is, and then she points to another guy who's
on drugs
or having a mental breakdown of some sort, and she says everyone thinks we're like that.
They're crazy.
Well, here's the deal. As far as I'm concerned, somebody who's fortunately not in that same position, I see you living on the street, and I don't know if you're like him or if you're somebody who's just down on their luck and trying to get back out.
You don't know him at all.
I don't know you at all.
Yep.
How do I take someone who, what you do have in common is you're both unhoused. So how do I make sure my kids are safe?
Yeah.
How do I make sure that I'm safe when I'm on the road? How do I make sure that somebody's not looking over my shoulder trying to steal my money out of the ATM when I'm withdrawing it? How do I, honestly, just deal with somebody annoying the hell out of me simply because I'm at an off-ramp stop sign?
I experienced this down in Tempe a handful of times when I was going to college.
All the way down there?
All the way down there.
Okay.
Well, down there from where I am right this second.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So on ASU's campus down Mill Avenue.
Yeah.
I would be walking around 7, 8 o'clock at night. I had homeless people jump out of the bushes right in front of me and try to fake interview me and ask how I paid my rent when I told them I didn't have money for them.
Are you sure they were homeless and not college students?
I am positive they were homeless.
Okay.
I had, that was the worst one. It was aggressive.
Because that feels like a college prank.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
The homeless down there have very aggressive tactics, and I think they're very bored as well.
Yeah.
And some of them are young kids, and they would travel from the far west coast they'd come out here when the weather was cooler. Had like you described, you're at the gas pump late at night, and they come up behind you.
It's terrifying.
You don't know if they have a knife. You don't know if they're gonna stab you, shoot you, punch you in the back of the head. It's
a lot.
It is a lot.
And it's terrifying. This is why I say we have to have some sympathy for somebody who is down on their luck and tries to get up. But then we also have to have tough love. And if somebody's having a mental breakdown, maybe we do need to take them and we need to get them some help, whether it's voluntary or not.
I got no problem if you're going to stand there with the cardboard sign.
Yeah.
I do have a problem if you're going to get lippy. Hey, check out the latest.
I was trying to give you the sign there.
Well, I know. A lot of signs going on. Check out the latest episode of the AZ Political Podcast. It's out now. Every week, Jim Sharp brings you insightful conversations with expert analysts, journalists, and politicians. Watch today's episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
A poor jobs report has the White House reeling, but not reeling like the people who are suddenly looking for a job in a market that's turning sour. Here's an idea. Think like a criminal. Create your own legal adjacent business and make millions. Heck, if you get caught, the government will pay for your food and housing. It's a win-win. Great ideas on how to start your own sub-honest business next on the Headline Volley of the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Friday, it's got to be my favorite day of the week because I get to gear up for a nice long run tonight, get geared up for the weekend.
3 days without having to deal with me.
Oh, man. I wasn't even going to say that. But the good feet go on and Merrill goes away. Woo! Doesn't get any better. Goodfeet.com is where you need to go right now because Chris will not be there. Chris already has his good feet, so he's not going to be goodfeet.com. You go to goodfeet.com, though, right now. You book your free personalized arch support fitting. You can also walk into any of the 5 super convenient Valley Good Feet stores. They've got them in Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Scottsdale, Ahwatukee. Good Feet personalized arch supports are engineered to help you live the life that you love without pain. And for 30 plus years, they've had the pleasure of helping thousands of people, just like you and me, discover the comfort that you've been dreaming of. This summer, do the best thing that you can do for your feet, and wherever it takes you. Could be the beach, the cabin, a nice walk or run at night or early in the morning, whatever you want to do. Step there in comfort with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
The Diamondbacks have traded everybody.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to field a team.
I heard you're in left field.
Is there any truth to the rumor that KTAR has traded Jim Sharp for a player to be named later?
It's just a rumor.
Rumor at this point.
Just a rumor.
Just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Getty.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Saturday, 8 o'clock, the Outdoor Living Hour of Rosie on the house. First Saturday of the month, so that means the Farm Bureau will be in studio talking about Arizona's small farms.
Followed by Bumblebee Home Services to answer any plumbing question you've got about your house, home, castle, or cabin.
And we'll be here all morning to answer your questions about your home.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR. KTAR News now.
It is 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics right after the July jobs report showed a major slowdown of hiring in recent months. Speaking to reporters today, the president accused Commissioner Erica McIntyre of faking statistics to support Democrats.
I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election, and there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her. Right. And you know what? I did the right thing.
Maricopa County libraries have moved juvenile health books into the adult sections and now are offering a new parental control. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the News Center with this story.
Yeah, Becky, all 14 branches of the Maricopa County Library District have moved juvenile health education books into adult sections, impacting about 52 titles. Samantha Mears with the Library District explaining.
Any books cataloged in the collection as 3 different types: juvenile nonfiction health sex, juvenile nonfiction health male, and juvenile nonfiction health female.
And today, most county libraries, separate from Valley City libraries, have began a program allowing parents to prevent their children from checking out up to 10 titles. County Supervisor Mark Stewart says that plan is to expand to all county libraries. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The suspect in the deaths of 2 parents on a hiking trail in Arkansas appeared in court today. His attorney saying he expects to plead not guilty. Police say Andrew McGann stabbed husband and wife, Kristen and Clinton Brink. Their children survived the attack. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
He was appointed a public defender. 2 counts of capital murder are the charges. He has, according to police, admitted to the crime. They've got his DNA at the crime scene, they say, blood that was left behind when the Brinks fought back. But the why in all of this, they think it was random, but did they have words on the trail? What led to it? They don't know yet.
A 36-year-old man's under arrest and charged with murder in the recent killing of a 16-year-old girl who Phoenix police say was carrying his unborn child. Jarrell Davis is also charged with sexual misconduct with a minor following the death of Zariah Dodd in early July, who was 22 weeks pregnant. An 18-year-old accomplice also is charged with murder. Let's check on the roads this afternoon. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tough spot of slowing right now on I-10 eastbound at Saraval. This is due to an earlier wreck. You're going to be in that until you get to about Bullard, and then you're going to be home free. There's also a crash blocking the right lane on the 17 northbound at the Bethany Home Road exit, so expect some slowness there. And then another wreck, I-10 eastbound at 32nd Street, making things a little bit slow right now around the split. We'll take a check of traffic in about 15 more minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
This weekend, we're under an extreme heat warning here in the Valley with a low overnight of 91 degrees. Tomorrow's high 113, 112 on Sunday. Currently in Mesa, we're at 110 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Arizona Attorney General comes on the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about 25 lawsuits. It happens Monday morning at 9 a.m.
And every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Lippy Lexus Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
I don't think your font is dark enough. I think
right.
You have to draw it bigger. Chris is on YouTube presently holding up a piece of paper with the word victim written on it.
That's me.
That's you. Hey, Chris, an Arizona woman, she was sentenced to 8+ years in prison for hosting a laptop farm as part of a $17 million North Korean identity theft scam. Are you familiar with laptop farms, Chris? So she pulled off the scam by operating the farm at her house, according to the DOJ. There, she would sign on to U.S. companies' laptops in order to fake that the employees were actually working on U.S. soil. She also shipped...
Wait a minute. What is that? So what are they paying her to make it look like she's at work?
She had tons of laptops in her house, all signed in, that she was making it look like she was doing work. That's much better.
Okay.
There. Now you look like a victim.
The YouTubers can see that I'm a victim.
So she also shipped dozens of laptops and other tech abroad, including packages delivered to a Chinese city.
I guess I still don't, I'm
on
sorry.
the border of North Korea.
I still don't understand how she was making money at it.
I don't know.
So she was signing into
laptop farm.
company laptops. Mm-hmm. Was she hacking into them?
So back in 2023, they seized more than 90 company devices from her.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to know, because you're of course a victim in this case here, but you're also sinister. Can you design a better scheme?
I don't even understand that scheme.
So just design a better one then.
Okay.
I mean, this one's pretty good though. You don't even understand it.
What if we were to try to convince everyday people to give their money to rich people? Like if I already have money, but I could convince you to give me more money with nothing in return, but then you would actually want to do it because you would think that it's somehow the right thing to do, right?
Okay.
How could I do that?
This is your job. I gave you the question.
What if I said it's for my children? It's for the children.
Oh, always.
What if I were to trot some kids out who maybe have some disabilities or maybe in some tougher neighborhoods. And then I were to say, let's develop a program that taxpayer dollars could be doled out to families to make sure that their kids can have a private education or a homeschooled education, right? And ultimately, the poor kids or those who are disenfranchised or those who are disabled wouldn't actually use the program, but then I could.
Sounds like $1 billion idea.
I could take money from, I don't know, what would you get, like a certificate of some sort, or we call it a voucher of some sort?
Oh, you can't call it a voucher.
I would call it, because vouchers are unpopular.
How about like a scholarship?
An empowerment scholarship account.
I like that.
I would create an empowerment scholarship account to take money from taxpayers to then give to people who already have money so that they could then not spend as much money on their elite things, but the money that they do get, they could then spend on things like golf simulators and vasectomy test kits. That would be the scheme I would develop.
Well, what would happen to your kid then?
I would have the nanny raise them.
They'd be a victim.
Oh, they'd be victims.
Jeez, come on. I set you up for that.
You did set me up. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's why I'm so mean.
You were the victim of...
Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Trump administration planned to build 25 miles of wall along a remote stretch of rolling grassland and mountains in Arizona would block one of the largest and most important remaining wildlife corridors in the state's border with Mexico. This part of the borderlands contains a critical habitat for endangered jaguars, and at least 3 of which have been recorded in the area over the last decade. And at least 16 other threatened and endangered species are found there. It's up to you, Joe. Secure the border and protect the animals. Go.
What's the question?
That's it. How are you gonna secure the border and protect the animals? You build a wall, the animals don't get to travel freely. You don't build the wall, and then you have people who may try to enter the country illegally.
Man, I do love big cats. So I do want to protect the jaguars. But what if we made the jaguars pick one side or the other? Is that not an option?
Oh. I'm just telling you what the environmentalists are saying.
Why do they need both sides?
So what if you build the wall and you've got Daddy Jaguar is here, but Mommy Jaguar is in Mexico?
Well, then we got to round up the jaguar.
Yeah.
And we got to...
Deport him?
We got to put him in one side or the other and build that wall.
Maybe that should be part of our trade negotiations, is that we just pick the endangered species and we say, Mexico, you get the jaguars and the desert tortoises.
Desert tortoises.
And we get the jackrabbits and scorpions. So we basically divvy up the endangered species. And if we find one on our side, then we just deport it. And if they find one on their side, they deport it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
It's a terrible idea. But at least you give it a shot.
That's the best I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't have a great plan to fix this. It's immigration and border security, which has been a nightmare forever.
I just wanted you to fix the problem.
There's no perfect solution. That's the first step, is understanding that the best compromise that they're going to be able to strike will tick both sides off. Yeah. And that's the good compromise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm okay with you.
That's where I'm at with it.
I don't know why you're yelling at me. I don't know why you...
Because I'm mean and you're a victim.
You're so mean.
Yeah. Exactly.
You turned me into a victim.
You want one more here?
Yes, please.
After years,
Love hearing
I've been
your voice.
sitting on this one for a long time.
I'm going to miss you for the next couple days.
Not true. After years of fielding requests for a particular swimsuit online and at his...
What?
Hold on. And at his retail stores, menswear designer Todd Schneider gave those who'd been asking what they wanted. A swim brief. Think bikini briefs in swimwear form, Chris. You got that?
Yeah, how's that any different than compression shorts?
Think more like a Speedo, kind of, is what this sucker looked like.
But
I want to know how much I would have to pay you to basically wear something like this to a pool. And how much would I need to pay those around the pool to put up with you in it?
Well, how short? I mean, if they're bikini briefs,
then
it's not really a Speedo. It's got to have a little bit more leg than a Speedo. Maybe not like a full compression short. Is it going to look like volleyball shorts on a dude?
I'm going to try to find an image of
like
it
a women's
here.
volleyball short on a guy.
It was pretty skimpy. Yeah, I'm looking.
Is it going to squeeze my cheeks together? Am I going to look like a toned butt?
Here's an image right here. Here, you're going to look like this guy in...
Well, that just looks like a Speedo.
Yeah,
that's
I told you. That's what it looks like a Speedo.
Well, that's just a slinger.
Yeah. You going to wear one of those?
Well, how much are you going to pay me?
How much do you need?
What pool?
Public pool. You're going to go to...
I'm going to Vegas in a couple of weeks.
There you go. That. At the... What hotel are you staying at?
Why do you want to know?
Because I want you wearing that.
I don't know. Which one am I at?
I think you're Mandalay Bay.
Mandalay Bay, yes.
Oh, they've got a nice wave pool.
They do?
They have a lazy river there. A lot of the kids walk through the lazy river there.
I don't know. I might just do that for attention.
Yeah. I think you'd look good in that. What do you think?
I think that leaves very little to the imagination.
Yeah. It doesn't look comfortable to me. That's my thing.
It looks very French all of a sudden, doesn't it? That's what the French do.
I don't understand why any guy...
Do you know why French wear those?
To show off?
Little wee-wee.
Oh, Chris. Oh. That was a terrible note to end the show on.
Terrible. Very disappointing in your choices.
Becky Lynn, why do you let them speak?
Oh, Becky Lynn, why didn't you hit the dump button?
Oh, should have said something before he said
Becky Lynn
little wee-wee.
It's terrible. News dropping today about poor employment numbers. Politicians are working overtime to spin it like a drunken ballerina. One tactic is to shoot the messenger, which gets us thinking. Who would be a good target for termination in your office if you get bad news? The first person on your list is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's the perfect time to buy a new car. So why should you go to Peoria Ford for that new car, truck, or SUV? Well, boy, do I got some reasons. Number one, selection. They have thousands on the lot right now, and they'll beat any other Ford dealer's offer by $500, or Pat Hickey will give you $1,000 on the spot. Just west of the 101 on Bell Road. Remember, you buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, and you paid too much.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A civilian was fatally shot after trying to illegally enter Davis-Monthan Air Force Base near Tucson early today. The Air Force says the individual failed to stop at the base's main gate and then crashed into a vehicle barrier before being shot by security forces. That incident now under investigation. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check that Friday traffic with Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck on the right shoulder of the 17 and Union Hills right now. Also a crash on the right shoulder of the 10 eastbound near Estrella. That is probably not as big of an issue as it was. But again, we're going to keep an eye on that for you. A wreck on I-10 eastbound at 32nd Street. Got things slow in both directions at the split. This is probably the worst thing going on right now in Valley traffic, but anything leaving the downtown area right now is going to be a little bit rough. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
LaDonna Harvey here. Can firefighters outflank the weather this weekend on the north rim of the Grand Canyon? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News on air, online on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Joining us in the studio is Bruce the Great. Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos starts at 4 o'clock. He immediately came into the studio and began mocking me.
Yep.
It's been a rough day for me.
Yep.
Deservedly so.
Feel like a real victim.
Yes, you're holding up your victim sign for everybody on YouTube to check out. You've been a victim for about the last 30 minutes here.
I'm going to probably start wearing a scarlet V because of...
I think that'd be an upgrade over that shirt.
If you cannot see, usually on Fridays, Chris wears a Hawaiian shirt. This one's actually my favorite Hawaiian shirt.
My favorite Hawaiian shirt.
On YouTube, it does look more like Van Gogh's Starry Night.
Not in a good way.
Yeah. Bruce, I wanted to run this by you.
I'm ready.
President Trump put the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner in his crosshairs, saying that he's directed his team to fire her following the weak jobs report. You may even be talking about this on your show. He accused the Bureau of erroneously reporting jobs data after making a huge downward revision for May and June numbers, which is both normal and expected of the agency, this according to Axios. If we get some bad ratings, who should we try to get fired?
We can't fire the ratings company, can we? That would be the...
I mean, that would be the Trump way, as you say.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you can
They're
just
very
come out
unfair.
And say, you can come out and just say, here's what it is.
They were out to get
and
me.
No one can argue with you.
We could quit taking their ratings.
Yeah,
though,
but they would still be operating with everybody else.
We can't fire them.
Yeah.
Can we just pick on Gatos and just pick him?
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I've been working on getting Left Lane fired out here. Old Left Lane Larson. Trying to get her... I'm working on it.
I don't talk to quitters.
I'm working on it. Trying to get that done. I did have a hierarchy of blame.
Oh.
So you tell me if this sounds good to you. The first person who you would blame if we have bad ratings is the guy or gal who's no longer here. In any office, it's always like, well, so-and-so did that. I don't know if you've ever worked any place where somebody leaves.
We call it, there's a term for it. We call it blame storming.
Good.
Where you all get together and you decide who you're going to blame. And usually the person who doesn't show up for the meeting is an excellent person to blame.
That's it.
So we're going to have a blame storming session.
Yes. I can't tell you how many...
I say we blame Bill.
So many bad policies that my company had to take care of after I left.
Yeah.
They all worked when I was managing there. But as soon as I leave and somebody else comes in and says, whose idea was this? And that was probably Merrill's idea.
Blamestorming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2, you blame the new guy or gal.
Well, things were going fine till you showed up.
Bingo. See?
Last in, first out.
That's it. Now you're getting it.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Number 3.
I ran a business like this. Come on.
Okay. Then I'm going to say that you're in your blame storm.
Yeah.
Put this one on the board. The annoying guy or gal who cooks fish in the office microwave, Joe.
That's a fireable offense.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's in the employee handbook.
So there's a little lemon on the sandwich?
No, it doesn't matter. There's no amount of lemon to microwaving fish in there.
We get some bad ratings. We go, well, Joe microwave fish.
If we have to choose.
Yeah.
The person that microwaves fish.
Do you know what he did one time?
I can't imagine.
So he loves to have this stinky oatmeal in the office.
Stinky oatmeal.
But you also know that he likes to save money when he's shopping. So he goes to Fry's and he buys stale bananas.
Oatmeal.
And by buys, I mean when he's done shopping, he goes around to the dumpster and sees what they've thrown away from the day.
Oh, my land.
When I baby birded the banana?
He calls it baby birding. He doesn't use a knife. He just starts to bite off chunks of the banana, and then he spits them into his oatmeal, stirs it all up, and then eats it all again.
Yeah.
And by bite off, I'm talking, these are mush bananas to start with.
I just threw up a little in my mouth.
Yeah.
Right now
you can baby bird that vomit.
Oh, my.
So if we get bad ratings.
Can we make it so I don't have to come in here and hear this anymore? Is that possible? Is that a thing?
Did you want the...
Yeah. Can I have
you
the
a
sign?
victim now?
I think I need
you just show that.
What is coming up with Gatos and you in T-minus 10 minutes?
To those meetings. Actually,
other than victimhood.
Jim Rounds is going to join us at 4 o'clock. We are going to try to understand what the heck the jobs numbers do mean for realsy. And also, how can they revise the previous month?
Yeah.
Not by a little bit.
By a lot. Yeah.
How can you be so far off? Does that not say something about the system they're using to estimate jobs?
You know what I learned from you? This is true. I learned from you that the system is nothing more than a survey.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that until I was listening to one of your shows. Yeah. And you basically you call up and you go, hey, you got a job this week? How many people did you guys fire? And you go, okay, well, we're going to make our jobs report based on this phone survey that we did.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the math isn't mathing.
But then, what is it? Department of Labor numbers come back to verify what did or did not happen based on unemployment claims?
Check. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just go with the real numbers and stop estimating.
But the market they want an estimate now because they don't want to wait 3 months for the real numbers.
Even if it's wrong. By a lot.
I mean, what happened to the market the last few months? Look how many people made a bunch of money over the last few months.
No, there is that.
NVIDIA and Microsoft both crested $4 trillion in the last few months.
Down pretty big today.
I think they're both below now. Yeah. I don't know exactly what today's numbers look like, but I guess not great.
The yo-yo and the roller coaster is part of the gig, huh?
Absolutely. Bruce St. James, Gatos, Outspoken with the boys. Champions, not victims, on Outspoken. Looking forward to the show, guys. Joe Heising, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Or, you know what? I'm going to give you a couple days off. Back again Monday, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I keep hearing about annuities this, annuities that. Good, bad? What's the deal?
The truth is they're just a tool. Now, there's some good ones, some bad ones. The one thing you want to stay away from is if you start to hear ads where someone says guaranteed 7% income or guaranteed 8% income. Never forget this. Income is what you take. Interest is what you make. And those bonuses, nothing comes for free. So if you think the insurance company is giving you something for free, it's coming out of future earnings, okay? So I would say this. If you are intending to buy an annuity, it's important that you give us a call. Get a second opinion before you buy that annuity. It's a long-term commitment. Make sure it's the right one for you.
Yeah, so get that free portfolio review with Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where you have a firm that's going to cover all your financial bases, financial and estate planning, insurance and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
It's Gatos. When it gets warmer in Arizona, more chlorine is added to our water to control algae and bacteria, which can be inhaled in the shower and absorbed with bathing. Some question the long-term health effects on the body. It can fade your laundry, damage your hair, and cause dry, itchy skin. Get Kinetico's Whole House Filter to remove chlorine, odors, and tastes from the water in your home. Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Kinetico dealer for Phoenix and Tucson. Aquazona.com or call 602-910-6570.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It worries me a bit.
The Commissioner of Labor Statistics is out of a job following a less than impressive July jobs report. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with some reaction from a Republican representative.
Before he fired her, President Trump accused Commissioner Dr. Erica McIntarfer of manipulating the jobs numbers because she's a Biden appointee. Arizona Congressman David Schweikert tells KTAR the labor reports are getting weaker because less businesses are returning the survey data.
In many ways, I wish I'd had a moment to talk to the president and sort of built the formula saying we need to do something much grander than just one person. we need to modernize how we collect this data.
As chairman of the Joint Economic Committee, Schweikert is working on legislation to modernize the surveys so it's easier for businesses to return the data. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, KMPG chief economist Diane Swank tells ABC News the story the numbers tell is that job growth is slowing down.
Part of the reason that didn't push the unemployment rate up more is because we have fewer workers in the workforce than we once did. We are seeing baby boomers age out, not only aging out, but also take early retirement because they're afraid of losing their Social Security.
Federal Reserve Board member Adriana Kugler today announced she'll step down next week, opening up a spot on the central bank's board. President Trump told reporters he's looking forward to appointing a replacement as he presses the Fed to reduce interest rates.
I have a open spot on the Federal Reserve Board. I'm very happy about that.
In her resignation letter, Kugler did not give a reason for stepping down. Few isolated thunderstorms overnight, mainly near Mesa Gateway Airport. Parts of Gilbert, Chandler, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley getting some winds up to 40 miles an hour. Unfortunately, though, Isaac Smith with the National Weather Service says that's not going to make things any cooler over the weekend.
We're going to be looking at highs across the valley ranging generally between 109 and 112 degrees. So we do have an extreme heat warning.
Be careful if you go outside this weekend. That extreme heat warning is in effect for today and tomorrow.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The city of Peoria has received its first settlement check, more than $480,000 from chemical giant 3M. It's one of multiple payments totaling more than $2 million over the next 8 years. That is part of a national class action lawsuit over the company's role in contaminating drinking water with forever chemicals known as PFAS. Peoria Deputy City Manager Kevin Burke says 2 of the city's 29 wells have been taken offline after testing over the EPA limits, and the money will be used for treatment.
While we are in a position right now that we can turn wells off, we need to be planning ahead for growth such that when the time comes that we need this resource, we have the treatment in place.
This is on top of 3 other lawsuits the city's working to settle over the contaminated water. A 13-year-old boy was rushed to the hospital after being hit by a truck while riding his bike to school in Glendale this morning. Police say the teen was headed north on 67th Avenue when he was hit by a turning pickup about 7 a.m. and we're told the boy suffered life-threatening injuries. The driver did stay at the scene, and police say there's no signs of impairment. Let's check the traffic right now. Going out to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We're slow on westbound 17 due to an earlier wreck that happened at the split. And then the I-10 is slow in both directions between the stack and the mini stack. There was earlier a wreck at the mini stack, but you know most of this is your normal slowness, especially for this hour on a Friday afternoon. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Well, as you heard, we're under an extreme heat warning this weekend. 91, the overnight low temperature. Tomorrow's high expected to hit 113. We actually did hit 113 at Sky Harbor about 3 o'clock this afternoon. 112 expected Sunday, and right now it's 112 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, a lot of people are going to tell you hour #1's the best of the hours.
Well, Bruce, we talked about the economy yesterday.
Yeah.
Earlier in the week, we saw growth in the GDP up 3%. We're thinking, the stock market hasn't been awful lately.
All right.
And now it just seems to be, the stock market hasn't been good lately. The jobs report came out today, and it was a disaster. It was 73,000 jobs added. And what we need to talk about is this is a concerning jobs report.
Not just that, but they went back and revised the May and June jobs reports.
Yeah.
And, I'm not a math whiz, but I think they revised it down to none.
It's just they revised the previous 2 months down by a total of 258,000.
Yeah.
So is the economy in some trouble?
They're not very good at estimating. All right, let's talk to somebody who understands this.
Let's do it.
Joining us right now, he's the president of Rounds Consulting Group. Oh, that's convenient. Jim Rounds is with us. Jim, happy Friday to you. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys.
So I got a bunch of questions. Can I start with, why are the estimates so wildly off?
Well, you got to compare it to what people are expecting versus what the underlying story is. So whenever the numbers don't match up with what people are forecasting, it just means they did a bad job forecasting. The numbers are the numbers. There's an argument out there that, well, the numbers are being manipulated. They're coming in right at what we were thinking they were going to come in. We've been saying for months that we're going to start to slide into a period where job growth goes a little bit below 100,000, and that's going to be probably middle of the year. We're going to go negative maybe by the beginning of this next calendar year. Somewhere in there, we're going to have a mild downturn, but there's an explanation for it. We spent a whole lot of money from the federal government in prior years. Now we're cutting back. We had 0% interest rates. Now they're higher than they were before. So we kind of knew that we were going to have this, and that doesn't even get into the tariff issue. I think there was a little bit of an overreaction. The numbers aren't so bad that I think we're going to be in a terrible recession that's right around the corner. This is just one of the key indicators, but GDP is still okay. Consumer confidence is weakening a little bit. Leading indicators is weakening a little bit. But when you look at all the data combined, it's just kind of a slow and steady fall that's indicating there might be a soft landing in the economy.
All right, we're talking about how the economy is here in the United States. We're talking to economist Jim Rounds. We had the jobs report today. Not good, 73,000 jobs last month. Okay, so is this a correct statement? If you have a job, especially in Arizona, because let's talk a little Arizona economy. If you have a job in Arizona, hold on to it with dear life.
Yes, but the thing that's different about Arizona is I think we're going to weather the downturn much better than the rest of the country.
Why?
And so we're still growing. We're adding higher wage jobs than we used to. We have a good economic development profile. We're really accelerating in terms of the high tech areas. And so we're still going to be subject to the ebbs and flows of the business cycle. And one of the best indicators is actually looking at sales tax collections at the government level. They've been kind of gliding down slowly as well. But I feel like we're better positioned than a lot of others. We've seen some data where our inflation rate was really low compared to the rest of the nation, and some people were worried, does that mean that we have a weak economy? It just meant that our prices went up earlier than other states, and now they're leveling off while other states were still are catching up with us. So when you're a leader in the country, you end up having higher rates of growth in good and bad areas, and then you stabilize sooner. And that's why sometimes our rankings will fall in terms of job growth, and you'll see a state like Hawaii that has a disaster of an economy jump up to the top 10. It's actually because they were late to the game. It wasn't because they were a front runner. So you got to be real careful looking at the data, and you got to look at a lot of different data points. But the employment number is one of the better ones to look at.
We're talking once again to Jim Rounds. He's president of Rounds Consulting Group. Again, what I don't understand about some of this, Jim, would fill a very large room, which is why I'm so glad that you're joining us. Does firing the person in charge of gathering the statistics going to change anything?
Well, it depends on if they were an idiot.
Fair.
So, aside from this particular point, if they were an intelligent person and they knew what they were doing, just because the numbers come in bad, it's not their fault. It's a lot of it has to do with what the same people in the federal government did. The same people that are complaining about the numbers now are the ones that were approving the budgets that were excessive during the Biden years, and now they're approving the conservative budgets now. So, of course, we're going to have a downturn.
Real quick, Bruce is talking about the president firing the head of the Labor Statistics Bureau.
Yep.
It was a weak jobs report today, and so Trump said the jobs report was, quote, rigged. You said firing this person, it depends on if they're an idiot. Is this person bad at their job, and did this person deserve to get fired? Are we going to? I don't. Is your job? Your job is to count the number of jobs, and did this person do it wrong?
Yeah, there's no indication that they did it wrong. Again, the number is not shocking at all. When I looked at the number, it was exactly where we were thinking. I was thinking in the next couple of months, it's probably going to dip below 100,000.
So this is politics. This is politics. Trump didn't like that. Who is this person? Who is it?
I don't even know who they are.
Is it Erica?
Yes.
McAnterfer? I don't know. Anyway, did Trump say, I didn't like the jobs report that this person put out right when Kamala Harris was right before the election, and it gave Kamala Harris a little bit of an edge because the economy looked good? Is this just one of those, I'm Donald Trump and I fire people?
It may be. Well, it's very likely that, and when you're dealing with politics, these things happen. Now, if they put in somebody that they like better, it's not going to keep the recession data from showing up. So are they going to fire them too? No, they're going to say, well, of course we were expecting a downturn because we're trying to get the economy back on track because we subsidized too much economic activity over the prior few years.
Right.
So, the political message can kind of change depending on what you need in any given week, but the economic numbers are going to tell a consistent story. And again, I'm not shocked at all. Again, I don't know if the person was good or bad at their job, but I don't doubt that the numbers came in below 100,000.
Jim Rounds, again, president of Rounds Consulting Group. So if economists, if experts understand, well, these numbers are going to be going down, why is it a shock? Why do we see the stock market react the way it does? Like, again, I'm trying to understand, like, who's in the know on this? Are you just not telling us what we need to know, Jim? You should call us the day before.
Yeah, I think... in general, the stock market and others, they rely on one data point in one particular day. And so the fact that the jobs report was weak, but I just updated a chart for GDP that showed the 3% and that we've been chugging along, and some of the other data is not all that bad. It's only slightly weakening. I'm not worried at all. I met with my financial advisor today. I didn't do anything different. The conversation was exactly the same. We're not falling into a hole. The data is the data, but you got to look at more than just one thing. And across the board, I even started typing into my presentations, instead of just showing the charts, I'll say good, bad, improving, weakening. And in general, that's kind of all over the place. That's what you typically see when the economy's starting to slow. You see mixed signals. But I don't think we're going to have that bad of a downturn when we have it. But I think just hiding from it's not the way to go either.
Jim, my final question for you, as I'm trying to understand him, I'm just trying to get like a passing grade in Econ 101 here. Will these numbers, the job numbers, not only the revisions, but the new number that came out that are, as you said, as expected, others are freaked out by them, will this cause the Fed to lower interest rates? Is this a trigger? Is this a step towards it?
Here's why I think it will be.
Ooh.
Because when the job numbers are weak, you would want to lower interest rates unless inflation was high, because the tariffs were implemented kind of with a delay, and the businesses are picking up the initial cost, and then it'll be shifted to the consumer. We're not going to get that inflation until later. So the Fed's not going to be, they're not going to have their hands tied from lowering rates. So I think 0.5% or more for the rest of the year is still at play until we start to see inflation going back up. But by then, the economy is going to be weakening some. So, even though I've been very critical of the Federal Reserve Board in the past, that they've done a terrible job, they've kind of reloaded, and now we can reduce rates again to help strengthen the economy going forward. So that's another reason to be a little optimistic.
All right. Jim, appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Anytime. Take care.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. That's Jim Rounds. He's the president of Rounds Consulting Group, helping us understand a little bit about these job numbers and why maybe we don't need to freak out. Is that what you took from it?
I think that it's kind of what I said. If you have a job, you need to keep your job. It doesn't mean the bottom's going to fall out. But if you have a job, and I've heard this from different economists, and Jim was one of them, if you have a job, keep it. Do what you need to do to keep it. We even heard a couple months ago that there were people in the workforce that have gone into their boss's office and said, hey, listen, if there's a downturn, cut my salary.
Wow.
But don't let me go.
I'll take a haircut as opposed to lose my job.
Yeah. So I'm not telling everybody right now, you're all going to lose your job. That's not what I'm saying. You need to listen, right? That's not what I'm saying. But I think if you have a job, hold on to it at least, for a while. By the way, one last thing.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about the stock market, and I keep track of the stock market.
You do.
And so under Donald Trump, I'm always saying this. Remember, beginning of the year, he tanked the markets. Then the markets came back up.
They rebounded.
Okay, how about now? Under Donald Trump, when he took office in January 20th, 2025, since then, the Dow is up about 100 points.
In 7 months.
So it's been very rocky.
6 months.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's been 6 months. So it was like at 43,400.
So it's about the same. It's about where it was.
It went down a lot, and then it went back up.
Right.
And now it's the last couple of weeks have not been very good.
And now we have a new round of tariffs taking effect.
Right. So if you
find
look
out the impact.
overall in the last 6 months, how is the stock market under Donald Trump? Since he took office, it's up 100 points, and that's not good. It's not the worst thing. It's about even, but I don't think anybody finds that good.
No, it's not necessarily comforting.
No. It's not down, so that's a good thing. All right. Coming up next, nobody thinks it'll happen to them until they are the ones being airlifted off of an Arizona hiking trail.
Oof.
That story is next.
A lot of people ask me, I get emails, I get text messages, how does a life changer loan work? Okay, well, that's a fair question. First off, lifechangerloan.com is a great place to go and find out more information. But really, a life changer loan operates like a line of credit, equity line of credit that combines your checking account. Yeah. You do all of your banking inside your mortgage. It's a dynamic approach, and it can shave years or decades off your repayment timeline without requiring extra payments or lifestyle changes. It basically puts you in control of your mortgage timeline. And, you can't get away from significant interest savings. You obviously realize, I think most people do, the traditional 30-year fixed mortgage, the amount of interest paid over time can almost double the home's original cost. A life changer loan can absolutely save you tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. If you've got great credit, if you're good with money, and you like the idea of being in control of your finances, having access to your equity, maybe paying that home off entirely, reach out to Life Changer Loan at lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic, it's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Maricopa County Library District has moved juvenile health education books into the adult sections, impacting about 52 titles. County Supervisor Mark Stewart explains.
To essentially protect kids from explicit sexual material that was housed in the children's section of the library. And we were notified by a number of neighbors that were concerned about this.
And today, most county libraries, separate from the Valley City libraries, have begun a program that allows parents to prevent their children from checking out up to 10 titles. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check that Friday ride now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That Friday ride is going to be slow on the 10 westbound all the way to about 83rd Avenue. At this moment, anyway, we're also seeing some slowness on Grand Avenue westbound from 27th Avenue up to Indian School Road. Also on the surface street, there's a wreck on Bell Road at the Loop 303. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson on KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All righty. This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. And I think it is fair to say nobody thinks it's going to be them, right? Maybe it's just the inherent optimism that humans have. You never think it's going to be you until you're the one being airlifted off of an Arizona hiking trail. And it happened once again just yesterday, Gatos.
Yeah, White Tank Mountains. Let's see. We've got one person in critical condition.
Oh, goodness.
3 young adults, a woman and 2 men, had to be rescued off the mountain. And temperatures that they were hiking in about 110.
Yeah. Heat warning, trails closed, all the stuff we do. and people ignore it.
Yeah.
Right up until they need to dial 911.
You and I were talking about this yesterday when the story came through and we were off the air. And it's just the obvious. Who hikes in 110-degree weather in the middle of the day? And obviously we know that these people do. But
I would say
it's crazy.
Ill-prepared. I mean, you can go hike in hot weather. People do it. I've done it. But there is a way to do it safely and smartly.
I think the smart way is don't hike in 110-degree weather in the middle of the afternoon. I don't think you can be I can't be more clear. I think if you're even an avid hiker and you want to hike a mountain in the middle of the day at 110 degrees, I don't care how good you are. There's a chance that you're going to need some help.
What time of the day?
Middle.
No, right now, should you go hiking if you want to?
Early as you possibly
in the morning.
can.
So what time would that be? 5?
5.
Well, it starts getting hot around 10.
Okay, so anytime before that?
10 o'clock.
Maybe before 9, just to be on the safe side. Okay.
Yeah. So, what's been brought up over all these years is a stupid hiker law.
Right.
And I don't know if you want to call it that, but we have the stupid motorist law where, monsoon hits, and let's say on the I-17, the water, boom.
Yeah, it fills up the underpass.
I could get through that.
I get a good enough run in it.
I can do it.
Man, I just skip across.
And then you're stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
You will pay for that.
When the fire department has to come out and they extend the ladder out there and they put a life vest around you and cart you off,
you
get a bill.
So earlier this week, we asked Governor Katie Hobbs, joins us in studio every 2 weeks, an exclusive interview. We asked her a stupid hiker law. Do we need one? Here's what she told us.
I am an avid hiker. I would never hike in the middle of the day in Phoenix in the summer. I would never hike in jeans. There is signage outside of most of these hikes. I know the ones around the city have them that tell you, don't do this. And I don't know what the mechanism is to keep people out if the trail's actually closed and how people get around that.
Can we make them pay for it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer. And
would you be for that?
The cities are the one, well, in Phoenix, Camelback, Piaswa, the city ones,
Right.
They're making the ordinances about when it's closed, when it's not. I don't know that that's a decision that we should make at the state level. I'm sure that Phoenix City Council and other areas where they're dealing with these are going to have the conversations, but people do need to take personal responsibility. And I know that, if you go to Camelback, they don't have staff there. And that's another funding issue. Like, how do you pay for the staff if you need staff there to keep people off the trail when it's closed?
Yeah.
And where do the staff sit? Because there's not shade at the trailhead.
Hotter than you know what.
So, yeah.
All right, it's Governor Hobbs. I don't know. I mean, I don't like that our firefighters and our police officers are having to go up the mountain in the gear and rescue people who aren't smart enough to stay off the mountain.
Well, and again, a stupid hiker law and fining these people or making them pay for their rescue, it's all after the fact.
Yeah.
They're still going to have to go rescue them. Do you see what I'm saying?
But
will it deter people?
That's the thing.
That's the thing. The signs that say don't hike aren't deterring people. The stories of other people having to get airlifted off the mountain aren't deterring people.
You know what deters me?
What?
You're going to fine me.
Yeah.
You're going to take my money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
What's the number?
What do you mean? What's the number?
What should the number be?
I don't want to give any money. I don't.
No. I'm just saying. What should the fine or the rescue fee be?
You think $1,000?
Oh, I think it's gonna be higher than that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hey, if you're getting a helicopter ride off the
$5
mountain,
grand?
boo, those aren't cheap.
No.
Right?
Do you put a figure on it?
That's what I'm saying. You have to publicize what that number is. If we have to pluck you off of Camelback, White Tank, Superstition, whatever,
right?
You're going to get a bill for this.
Yeah. Answer this question. What's the punishment if I go up right now on a mountain and I need to get rescued? How am I being punished?
Not at all.
Not at all.
No, you get a free ride off of
exactly.
You're like, I'm feeling a little parched.
The problem.
I want a helicopter ride down.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
You've got to have some teeth to whatever you want to push forward.
And then publicize the heck out of it.
Yep.
Put that on the signs.
Absolutely.
You go past this sign, here's the bill.
Yep.
All right? Okay.
You pass start.
Do not pass go. Right. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And up next, does your office, does your business, your place of work, does it need a love contract?
Don't say it like that. It's
I
creepy.
like saying it like that. It's a love contract. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey, it's time to get new windows. Let me tell you who you need to hire. My friends at Advanced Window Products, the only company that you should hire. It's a Gatos-approved company, 39 years in business, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Here's the bottom line. Couple really important things about Advanced Window Products and why you should use them above everybody else. First of all, they have the most affordable, high-quality, custom windows in Arizona. And number two, sales and installation, it's all done in-house. It's all done at Advanced Window Products. There is no middleman markups. So what does that mean? It means when you decide that you want new windows and you call Advanced Window Products, from the beginning to the middle to the install to the end of the process, you deal with Advanced Window Products and no one else. And that's a great, great thing. Right now, Gato Summer Special. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Phone number, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002, or you can visit them at advancedwindows.com.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, Jamie West here with Bob, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. What does it mean being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes?
To me, it kind of means that they start out with independent living and you stay in independent living as long as possible. That was one of the things that we looked for when we were looking to move, was a life plan that had all the different levels of care.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
The UPS Store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials, so stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good
as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump has fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after the July jobs report showed a major slowdown of hiring in recent months. The Bureau of Labor Statistics finds U.S. employers added 73,000 jobs in July, far lower than the 100,000+ expected. And the estimates for jobs added in May and June both were revised down. President Trump blamed Commissioner Erica McIntyre, accusing her of faking the statistics. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
There's nothing in the law that prevents the president from doing this, but the criticism has been sharp, and not just from Democrats, from economists who say, think of how this data is used by large corporations, by small businesses. This is an entity that not just measures the labor force, the unemployment rate, but also, for example, inflation.
The Maricopa County Library District is offering a parental choice program at most branches. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Again, President, numbers are going to be going down.
Yeah, I think.
Little technical difficulty there. We'll check in with Ballin again in just a few moments. Meanwhile, a few isolated thunderstorms overnight, mainly near Mesa Gateway Airport. Parts of Gilbert, Chandler, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley getting winds up to 40 miles an hour. Unfortunately, though, Isaac Smith with the National Weather Service says it's not going to make things any cooler.
We're going to be looking at highs across the valley ranging generally between 109 and 112 degrees. So we do have an extreme heat warning.
Be careful if you go outside this weekend. That extreme heat warning is in effect through tomorrow. Time now to check on the roads. Let's go to Heather Larson, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of the 17 northbound near the 10 westbound. A little bit of slowness there. Also, a little bit slow just on the 51 northbound at Thomas. Not the whole way. It's okay. And then there's a wreck I-10 eastbound at 43rd Avenue. That one on the right shoulder right now. And on the surface streets, there's a wreck on Bell Road right at the Loop 303. Just a slight bit slow there. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Yeah, we have an extreme heat warning all weekend long. 91, the overnight low tonight. Tomorrow's high 113 and 112 on Sunday. It is 110 currently in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Arizona Attorney General comes on the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about 25 lawsuits. It happens Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Happy Friday. In the last segment, we were discussing how Maricopa County Sheriff's Office had to go and rescue 3 young adults, women, and 2 men off of the White Tank Mountains yesterday. 110 degrees or higher in many parts of the valley yesterday. There's some new information, and I just got a text from Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan, and I think it's information we should share.
Okay.
And so he's going to come on the air at 5.
All right, we're going to talk about because they were the ones that performed the rescue.
Correct.
Got it.
How does that rescue happen?
Mm-hmm.
What is it like, Boom, when you first get that phone call? Because there was a chopper that was involved, and we do have some breaking news about that story, and it's going to make you stay off the mountain if it's 110. I'll just say that. How about that?
Right?
Okay.
10-4. So we've learned a heck of a lot about workplace romances in the last couple of weeks because of the Coldplay Kiss Cam.
Oh, geez.
Right?
Oh, is it over? Can we get past this thing?
Almost over. Almost over. Because now you've got businesses and companies.
They're taking a fresh look at their rules.
They're looking at like, okay, so what do we do?
Yeah.
And I was not aware of something called A love contract.
I don't like when you say that.
Yeah, that's the idea.
I know. It sounds like a television show. Love Connection.
No, it sounds creepy
It
is what it
does.
does.
It's really creepy.
So some companies now, because policies can be a little bit gray, are asking employees to disclose relationships, and then they can come up with like a policy, some guardrails, if you will. Now, I would tell you that the kiss cam thing we saw, I got to believe they would have said ixnay to that right away because it's the CEO of the company and a subordinate.
And they were married
And
to
both
other people.
And married, by the way. So I got to believe right off the bat they'd have gone, a lawyer in the room would have gone, point of order.
You know, I've been here almost 27 years this month.
Who's counting?
At KTAR, and I think part of my longevity is my rule number one.
Rule number one.
I don't date HR directors.
You know what? That is a solid
It has
policy.
kept me in this chair for quite a long time, and I think it's a pretty good rule number one.
Now, a lot of big companies have like some employee manual that reads like the New York phone book. By the way, Julia, a phone book is something we had back in the day. It had all the phone numbers in it. Okay. It's before the Google machine. But they're saying a lot of smaller businesses, like you may not have policies for this. And there can be issues.
Hold on. After Me Too, how do you not have policies after this?
Solid.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Everybody has policies. Everybody.
Does that mean you just can never have a relationship with someone at work? No?
I don't think so. I think you can. I think you can. And again, in this day and age, you know, I would say this. I would say this. Many years ago, I think a lot of people dated within their work environment.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's where you met people. You spent all your time around.
Right. And then apps
Some of them are cute.
Apps came out, and then, you know, people said, well, let's try this. And you know what? Some of it was, you know, a portion of it, probably a small percentage.
Yeah.
We've got some happily married people. And then the other
rest of it was
90.
Abject disasters.
Horrible. So I don't know if it's
Are we going back to
swing
work?
Back
Yeah, but
to
there's
this.
nobody in the office anymore. People are, we don't have as many people. I don't know what to do.
Well,
they say it's probably not practical to have a no dating policy at your work. Can I tell you?
I think a lot of people frown upon it now.
Oh, yeah.
But years ago, it was almost expected. I think.
Oh.
You don't agree? You never dated anybody in the office?
Oh, of course I did.
Right.
I'm an idiot.
Me too. I'm an idiot too.
Yeah, you have to learn that lesson the hard way, I
Yes,
think.
you do.
I got to tell you, I worked at a place where they had a very strict policy against employees fraternizing.
Well, that's smart. Make it known.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
Our HR director and another employee were married, and I said, does one of them have to quit, or do they have to get divorced? Because they are in violation of the policy.
They were grandfathered in.
I don't believe in any grandfathering. Yeah.
Well, first of all, that was probably a long time ago.
Yeah.
You don't know if they met in the office. Maybe they just ended up working in there after they got married.
Believe me, I brought it up because I was a little bit shocked by it. Got a text message, 620-620. As an executive, I have to sign a morality clause, which means if you break it, they can terminate you on the spot. Yeah, like force majeure or these kind of, you get these. Yeah, I mean, the NFL has morality clauses now.
I think you have to make it crystal clear what the policy is, because when something like this happens, the Coldplay, the kiss cam, and then they ducked and they tried to hide and all that, it shines a light once again on the issue of dating within the workplace. And I think what you're saying is disclose the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem with that.
Oh, boy.
Here's the problem with
What's
that.
the problem?
It's not exciting if you do that.
It takes all the drama out of it. The fun is sneaking around.
Yep. Don't you think?
Oh, my God. We used to drive to work together, but we would enter at different times and sometimes different doors.
Oh,
right?
the person you were seeing that you were working with.
Yeah.
Would you have wanted to disclose that relationship?
I think I eventually did. The boss figured it out.
Yeah, but I'm sure you're like, All right, I'll drop you off over there. Okay, I'll see
I'm
you
gonna
later.
drop you in the
I'll drive
corner.
Okay, hey, remember we're going to meet at 2 o'clock. And it's like, that makes it more exciting.
Okay, all
so
right.
I don't think people are going to want to disclose the relationship. Because I think part of what people like is
what if you get caught?
We're not going to tell anybody.
But it wasn't wrong for you to be seeing this person, right? I mean,
No.
you just both.
Well, I
worked.
mean, in hindsight, it was
yes,
Becky
maybe
Lynn, but
it didn't
yes,
work out, but
at the time, no, it didn't seem right.
unlike the cold plate.
Unlike the cold plate, yes,
Love
it was-
contracts in the
contracts.
workplace.
Yeah, I think there's got to probably a bunch of HR directors who are scrolling through things and making notes, and they're probably, I don't know if they have conventions, but I'm sure this is a hot topic.
I'm sure it is.
This is going to be a hot topic at the next HR director convention.
Well, you have to take, a lot of times you have to take the these things over online. Of what
constantly.
would you do and
Yeah.
what would you do? What's
sexual harassment?
What's appropriate? What's not appropriate?
Right.
So I think we kind of know.
You would think.
I think we kind of know.
Seems obvious. All right. No, I got it. I'm on it.
What's next?
Coming up next, it's the game show that's sweeping the
Ladies
nation.
and gentlemen, it's a game show that's sweeping the nation. Whose story is not air?
All right. Stick around for that. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
America Roofing. All right. At America Roofing, they're going to come fix your roof. At America Roofing, they're going to come replace your roof. At America Roofing, they can come and evaluate your roof. And the evaluation of your roof, if you mention Gatos, it is free. So let's talk about the health of your roof. The Arizona heat just ages your roof, and that is a fact. There's probably some material cracking. There's some shingle curling, UV damage. All you need to do is just to make sure you're good to go. Here's the worst thing you can do. Not call America Roofing and take them up on an inspection of your roof that will cost you nothing. Because a lot of times, especially over the summer, people call America Roofing in a panic. Because the monsoon has rolled in. They thought maybe they had a leak. There was that brown stain on the ceiling. Or they didn't know if their roof was healthy. No one's been out there for 10 years to check. And all of a sudden, it's pouring in your living room. Don't let that happen to you and your family. It's a major disaster. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Call them, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Today was the last day of a 3-day hearing from the NTSB on the mid-air collision over Washington's Reagan National Airport between a Black Hawk helicopter and an American Airlines jet. FAA officials, military personnel, air traffic controllers, and airline representatives all gathered to give their testimonies on what went wrong. 67 people died. ABC's Sam Sweeney says there's not one single cause.
NTSB chair said it may be possible that pilot error was not a factor at all, and that the helicopter pilots were misled by that altimeter, getting readings sometimes off by 100 or 200 feet. They brought in 3 of the same helicopters, the same type of helicopters that crashed that night, and they ran tests on them on this same route. And in every single test, the altimeter was faulty.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for you now to get you home. It's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We got a wreck on the on-ramp to the 101 southbound at University in Tempe. Some slow traffic on the 10 eastbound from Sun Lakes on down to Casablanca, and slow on the 51 northbound at Thomas, and a wreck on the 10 eastbound at 43rd Avenue, that one on the right shoulder. And on the surface streets of Scottsdale, there's a wreck at Indian School and Miller Road. We'll do a check of traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I keep hearing about annuities this, annuities that. Good, bad? What's the deal?
The truth is they're just a tool. Now, there's some good ones, some bad ones. The one thing you want to stay away from is if you start to hear ads where someone says guaranteed 7% income or guaranteed 8% income. Never forget this. Income is what you take. Interest is what you make. And those bonuses, nothing comes for free. So if you think the insurance company is giving you something for free, it's coming out of future earnings, okay? So I would say this. If you are intending to buy an annuity, it's important that you give us a call. Get a second opinion before you buy that annuity. It's a long-term commitment. Make sure it's the right one for you.
Yeah, so get that free portfolio review with Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where you have a firm that's going to cover all your financial bases, financial and estate planning, insurance and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
LaDonna Harvey here. Can firefighters outflank the weather this weekend on the north rim of the Grand Canyon? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
All right. So what we like to do is...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the game show that's sweeping the nation. My name is Gary Lanos, and I'll be your host.
All right, Gary. So what is the game show today?
Whose story is nuttier?
Whose story is nuttier?
I shushed you. You're right.
I'll go first.
Here's how the game is played.
How's the game played?
Becky Lynn will be the judge.
All right. I love being the judge.
Bruce will go first with his nutty story.
Yeah.
Then I will go second with my nutty story. And then Becky Lynn will tell us which story is nuttier.
Got it.
And no one wins a prize. Go, Bruce.
It's the game show that's sweeping the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bruce.
So, for my story, I have to take you to Brazil. All right? 20-year-old woman. She's riding a bus in some place called Sao Paulo. I'm led to believe that's in Brazil. When she suddenly became ill. Shortness of breath. Not feeling well. Bit of a seizure. It's a serious medical condition. Actually called ambulance to come and take a look at her. She actually went into cardiac arrest and stopped breathing. Paramedics attempted to revive her for 45 minutes and she died. That's not the crazy part. While attempting to revive her, they noticed that she had 26 cell phones glued to her body.
Oh.
It's not clear if the 26, not 25, not 26, the 26 cell phones glued to her body caused her to basically have a heart attack. They are looking into it. Plus, they haven't the foggiest idea why. She had 26 cell phones glued to her body while riding a bus in Brazil.
She worried she was going to miss a call?
They said she didn't have drugs, nothing illegal.
And she didn't blow up.
Just 26 cell phones glued to her, so we now know 26 cell phones is the lethal limit, just so we know. Don't glue them.
Too many.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
The Dark Knight movie, where the Joker surgically put a cell phone and stitched it into the person's body who was in jail, and he kept saying, I got a stomach ache, oh my gosh, and then they opened like his shirt. Did you not see this movie? You're looking at me like, and then he blew up. The cell phone blew him up.
I vaguely remember that.
Oh, for crying out. It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Okay.
Anyway.
That's my story.
All right.
That's pretty nutty.
Hey.
Can you do better?
Of course I can.
Let's try.
All right, here we go.
Gary Latos.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the story. It's the game show that's sweeping the nation. Which story is nuttier?
Okay.
All right. Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, here we go.
You ready?
You win.
Jeffrey Epstein. The night before he died.
Oh.
All right. In jail.
In prison.
Prison.
Yeah. Something odd was spotted. Something very odd was spotted near his jail cell.
Uh-huh.
There is video that's been obtained and reviewed by CBS News.
Oh.
Surveillance footage on the final night of his life spotted an orange blob.
What?
It's not Trump. An orange.
He's laughing at his own joke. It took him a minute. He was way too into that one.
An orange shape.
Okay.
Spotted on surveillance.
Like supernatural?
An orange shadowy object moving up the stairs to Epstein's cell block around 10:40 p.m. The night before he was found hanged.
The night before?
Yes.
Okay.
They don't know what it is.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking alien or Trump. I can't think of anything else.
It was the night before, though, so whatever it was isn't the thing that killed him. Maybe.
They don't know what it is.
Okay.
They have no clue.
No idea.
It is not of this world.
Ooh.
Well,
they say.
Okay.
They say.
All right.
Could it be an octopus? It was an octopus in the prison.
It's not.
Climbing the steps.
All right, let's see who wins. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the game show that's sweeping the nation. Whose story is nuttier?
Both of ours involve dead people, so you can't even. I'm sorry to bring the mood of the room down.
Becky Lynn is the judge.
Nuttier? Well, okay. I'm going to go. I'm sorry, Gary Latos, but I'm going with Bruce's 26th cell phone
You're
story
dead to me.
today. If you'd had a little more on the orange blob, if you
Yeah,
could
we
have
need more.
elaborated
We need more.
just
I
a
can't.
little bit more.
I think we need more on the
I
blob.
can't.
Well, I know. So the story was needed
You know what?
more.
Who-
Needed more fleshing
Can I
out.
say something? Who's asked? Who asked you?
Wow.
You did.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's the game show that's sweeping the nation. Another tie today.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Gary Latos. This portion of the program is brought to you by no one because no one wants to sponsor it.
I wonder why.
All right. Coming up next.
Yeah.
We're going to get a little serious here because there was an incident yesterday and it did not end well.
No.
So people were rescued off of a mountain. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
White Tank Mountains out in the West Valley.
Yeah. We have an update on the situation with 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
How often does this happen? What is the cost of this rescue? And what is the new news on these 3 hikers? We're going to be joined by Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan coming up next. Stick around.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Trajan Wealth, the people that I trust. Because here's one thing that I learned years ago. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to be ready, to feel ready for retirement. Trajan Wealth helped me build a plan. It didn't involve guesswork. It involved peace of mind. It's a series of conversations. It's asking questions. It's taking my answers. Them asking questions that I didn't even know I needed answers to. They do it with simple jargon. They didn't make me feel dumber than I already am. I sincerely appreciate it. And every single time I talk to the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, I walk away smarter. I understand more, and I feel a lot more comfortable about where I'm headed with my retirement. You can get that kind of peace of mind by reaching out to my friends at Trajan Wealth. It's easy. The number's 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
It really is life-changing. I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and I'm keeping it off. If you want to finally lose those extra pounds and keep them off for good, don't wait. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's
5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It's clearly a nonpartisan person.
President Trump has fired the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, Dr. Erica McIntyre, following a lower-than-expected jobs report for July. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with a response from a member of Congress.
The report found 73,000 jobs added in July and revised the last two reports downward. President Trump accused the Biden appointee in a social media post of manipulating the numbers. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton believes the president is putting political pressure on the commissioner to manipulate the numbers to be better than they are.
It's a very dangerous decision. The director of Bureau of Labor Statistics is an incredibly important, nonpartisan position. We need to get accurate information for the sake of our economy.
Stanton adds lawmakers need real data to make good policy. Trump says McIntyre will be replaced by someone more qualified. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KPMG Chief Economist Diane Swank tells ABC News the numbers show job growth slowing down without raising unemployment.
1.5 million foreign-born workers fewer are in the workforce than they were in April. And that decline in the number of workers helps to hold down the unemployment rate.
A top official at the Federal Reserve is stepping down as the White House is putting pressure on the Fed board to lower interest rates. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has more.
Adriana Kugler, she's one of 7 members of the Fed's Board of Governors and a Biden appointee, announced her resignation today. She didn't give a reason why, but her term was scheduled to expire in January, and her departure gives President Trump the opportunity to name a new Fed governor, perhaps giving him more influence over the Fed, and also the chance to put somebody on the board who could be a replacement for Jerome Powell when his term as chairman expires next year.
Arizona's Democratic Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego both taking speaking and town hall events outside of our state. And it's led to speculation that 2028 could be a spot for either of them to run for president. Arizona political journalist John Gabriel tells the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp, both are ambitious politicians who would jump toward a campaign if it were feasible, and just getting their names into the minds of non-Arizonans is a fair start. You can watch or listen to the full episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or at KTAR.com.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The chemical manufacturing company 3M has paid the city of Peoria more than $480,000, the first of multiple settlement checks worth more than $2 million over the next 8 years, stemming from a national class action lawsuit over drinking water contaminated with cancer-causing chemicals known as PFAS.
The companies that produce these chemicals have been kind of in the crosshairs from a standpoint of, hey, you produce these chemicals that are having a health effect on our population. You need to help solve this problem.
Peoria Deputy City Manager Kevin Burke says 2 of the city's 29 wells have been taken offline after testing over the EPA limit, and the money will be used for treatment. There's an investigation underway after a civilian was shot and killed trying to illegally enter Davis-Monthan Air Force Base near Tucson. Happened early this morning, and the Air Force tells us the individuals would not identify themselves and drove through the base's main gate. They quickly crashed into a vehicle barrier before security officers opened fire. Time now to check on the road home on this Friday. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I'm optimistic. Things are looking better for the road home. We do have a crash blocking the right lane on the 202 eastbound near Cooper. We've got a wreck on the 101 eastbound near 59th Avenue, slowing things down there. And then just some slow traffic right now on the I-10 eastbound from Sun Lakes almost all the way down to Casablanca Road. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
An extreme heat warning kind of weekend coming our way. 91 the overnight low, 113 on Saturday, and 112 on Sunday. Currently checking the temperature in Phoenix. We're at 110 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, second hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people tell you it's the best of the hours, Gatos. Hey, yesterday we had the story out in the West Valley, the White Tanks Mountains, where 3 people were hiking in the afternoon and required rescue. All described as young adults, a woman and 2 men. Maricopa County Sheriff said a helicopter was deployed to conduct the rescue, and afterwards the hikers were taken to the hospital. One of them was taken in critical condition yesterday.
Oof.
110, roughly, at the time of the rescue. Joining us right now is Sheriff Jerry Sheridan from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff, thank you for your time today.
Oh, you're welcome. I was listening to you earlier, and I don't know if that's good for your reputation or mine. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But I thought maybe you needed an update and find out exactly what happened yesterday or the other day, because it was very tragic.
Okay.
One of the hikers, a 21-year-old man, lost his life.
Oh, no.
His body core temperature was over 110 degrees.
Oh, no.
When the paramedics got there. And so what happens is we'll get a call of a rescue, and in this case, we got the initial call from rural fire department because that's their area out there. And we quickly deployed a paramedic, and the helicopter crew went out there. They couldn't land because of the terrain, so they had to offload the paramedic by hovering, which is dangerous in and of itself. And they quickly got the guy in one of those baskets, and they took him down to the waiting paramedics from the Rural Metro and Buckeye Fire Department. And we also had to rescue the other 2 hikers who were not in good shape either. And they're young people.
Right.
And so they got, in way over their heads. People should not be hiking in this temperature. I'm a hiker myself. I've hiked the Grand Canyon, rim to rim a few times, Mount Humphreys, and, been around. But when I do that, I train for the Grand Canyon, for example, in the winter months, and I hike in the spring. So I'm not out here trying to train for a Grand Canyon trip.
Yeah.
So people need to be smarter. They're putting the rescue people, the helicopter crews, the fire department, and everybody, the posse search and rescue people that come out and help them, because now they're in this weather exerting themselves. And not only that, with this rescue in particular, every one of the people that responded from the fire department, the sheriff's office, that were there at the scene also had to be loaded on that helicopter. The helicopter had to hover 2 feet above the ground because they couldn't land because of the steepness of the terrain. And that's dangerous in itself because a helicopter is not very stable when you add weight to it on one side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it puts every one of those people that go out to rescue these knuckleheads, and I'm sorry somebody lost their life, and I use that word, but I'm sorry, it just kind of slipped out. No. So I'm very sad for the family, but I'm very angry that people continue to go out in this weather. And here, we rescue about 4 people a week out in the desert. One of the other big problems we have, too, is the electric mountain bikes.
Oh, yeah, the e-bikes you can take off-road, yeah.
Yes, and so we had a couple of people that we had to rescue this week out in the desert, and they fell and broke their leg and their collarbone and all this stuff, and they're out there. And good thing, the one positive thing I will say, good thing they have their phones with them because we can get GPS coordinates out there and go right out and find them. So that's one good thing. But these rescues, but these people shouldn't be out there doing that. They shouldn't be out there doing this stuff in this weather. And I'm very scared what's going to happen this weekend. It's going to be, 114 both days, something like that. And they're going to be out there drinking on the river and out in the rural areas. And it's very difficult to do these rural rescues because, we don't have crews immediately available.
Right.
It's not like a South Mountain thing. Phoenix Fire and Phoenix PD do great jobs in their rescues. And, they have crews pretty close by.
Hey,
we don't.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is joining us. He's told us that there was a fatality. One of the people that were on the mountain yesterday has passed away. Sheriff, how do we solve this? I know that in the past we have a stupid motorist law where if you get stuck in water, you have to pay for your rescue. How do we deter people? Is it hitting them in the pocketbook? Is that what we should start doing? Hitting them in the pocketbook, making them pay for the rescue? For instance, how much did the rescue cost the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office yesterday?
Well, I don't know if I can put a dollar amount on that at this moment, but a helicopter crew, flying the helicopter, all the fire folks from Rural Fire and Buckeye that responded, it's very expensive. And you know what? I think we should have, stupid hiker law, stupid mountain biker law, and charge these people the actual costs of these rescues.
We talking like $5,000? Is it like $5,000? Is it $10,000? Is it something like that yesterday?
Probably somewhere in between.
Okay.
Probably closer to $10,000, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, helicopters are not cheap to fly and then hover and the crew and all that. I mean, yeah. Oh my goodness.
But you couldn't send deputies. And I'm just spitballing here. You couldn't send deputies on the mountain to find hikers in this weather and say get off, or can you find them, or is it? Yeah, that's dangerous too. I'm just trying to figure out what you do.
Yeah. Well, my experience up at the Grand Canyon is they'll have rangers at the top of the canyon, and they'll look at you and assess whether you should be going down or not, because they don't want people to rescue on the way up. But people still go down. They're not prepared. They have one little bottle of water with them.
Yeah, flip-flops.
Flip-flops.
And skinny
jeans. And, the rangers don't stop them, but they tell them, unless you are immobile, you're having to hike out. Remember that.
Right.
How about drones? Can drones help in rescuing people or something like? Do you use drones for this kind of stuff?
Yes, we do. We have some very sophisticated drones that we use in the search and rescue department, and of course other departments within the sheriff's office.
Again, we're talking to Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan with the latest information on the 3 people that had to be rescued off of basically a hiking trail by the White Tanks Mountains yesterday. Sadly, one of them has passed away due to heat and issues with the heat. And we're talking about how do you deter people, because it seems like we have these conversations all the time, and we talk about people getting plucked off of Camelback or plucked off South Mountain, and people taking infants and children out on these trails.
There's a baby that was taken on a hike a couple weeks ago.
It just seems like the message isn't getting across.
Well, I think people are pretty ignorant when it comes to the heat, and they overestimate their physical capacity to do it. And I don't care how physically you are in shape. When you're exerting yourself climbing up a mountain, the side of a mountain, in this heat, you are going to get overheated, and it happens very quickly. And then what happens is you begin to lose some cognition, and you're not able to make good decisions. They go off trail. They get lost that way, and they'll fall down the side of the mountain. And now we got to do a technical rescue with our search and rescue posse. It's like it gets ugly fast in this heat.
And dangerous for everybody involved, like you said. Sheriff, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Well, thank you. Always happy to talk.
Enjoy your weekend, and let's hope for a safe weekend out on the trails, and hopefully the MCSO won't be having to do more of these rescues.
How sad.
Yeah, and sadly a young person, lost their life yesterday.
It's sad and frustrating. It's
Agreed.
all at the same time, and I think the sheriff was frustrated and obviously sad too, but it's It really does. Being here in the Valley for so long, you too have been here for so long, and we see it every summer. And just one more thing. It's not out-of-towners. Everybody thinks it's out-of-towners. That is absolutely factually incorrect. It is mostly Arizonans.
And people basically underestimating Mother Nature, underestimating the heat.
It's just not hard to make a decision about not hiking at 3 o'clock at 110 degrees. It's a really simple decision.
Yeah. Check the headlines.
Do it, yeah.
Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And fire clouds over the state of Arizona. First off, what are they? And how worried should we be? We'll talk about it. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I'm sending you to Aria Dental Implant Center because I'm just going to tell you, not all implant centers are the same. Not even close. Aria, first of all, they're different and they're better than the rest because Aria is able to provide world-class care at reasonable prices. Now, if you want to go somewhere else and check out a big corporate dental implant center, I would just say, absolutely, be my guest. But make sure that your second opinion is Aria because they'll tell you how they can save you $21,000 and they'll do the exact same procedure the other guys want to do. There's a reason that they're less expensive by a lot. They're a local company. They don't have the same overhead as all these big, huge, massive companies. I don't have to report back to investors on some corporate office, et cetera. So you can get secure teeth in just a few days after surgery. Go meet Dr. Joe. He's my buddy. He's going to take care of you. It's spelled ARIA. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. President Trump has fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after the July jobs report showed a major slowdown of hiring in recent months. The Bureau of Labor Statistics finds U.S. employers added 73,000 jobs in July, far lower than the 100,000 plus that was expected. And the estimates for jobs added in May and June both were revised down. President Trump blamed Commissioner Erica McIntyre for accusing her of faking the stats. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
There's nothing in the law that prevents the president from doing this, but the criticism has been sharp. And not just from Democrats, from economists who say, think of how this data is used by large corporations, by small businesses. This is an entity that not just measures the labor force, the unemployment rate, but also, for example, inflation.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Traffic is overall getting better. There's just a couple tight spots right now. Some slow traffic on the 10 eastbound from Sun Lakes to Casablanca Road. Also, your 587 southbound slowed there too, where it meets the 10. And then there's a wreck on the Loop 101 eastbound near 59th Avenue, keeping things just slightly slow there. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Thinking about getting an annuity? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com to schedule an appointment to learn about the good and the bad about annuities and make sure it's right for you. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Appreciate it. Quitter. You know, you can take us with you wherever you go. We're practically agile, mobile, and hostile. We have the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. It's available on the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, or wherever you get your podcast. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast, brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Gatos, I learned these new terms. Like every couple of years, something comes along. I remember when haboob became a word that I didn't know was a thing, right?
Right.
So I was today years old when I found out what a fire cloud is. It certainly doesn't sound good. And the fire that is burning up along the north rim of the Grand Canyon is setting a few records, not for any good things, right?
Right.
It is the largest fire in the United States burning right now. The size of the fire is about, they said, 3 times the size of Washington, D.C.
Wow.
The acreage. And it is the largest wildfire of 2025.
Yeah, lightning caused the blaze. We're talking well over 100,000 acres of forest and landscape. I thought the crazy thing was they're saying it's like one of these mega fires. I don't know if I've heard of that before.
That's another thing, right?
Okay. But what is a fire cloud?
Yeah.
So here's what it is.
Oh.
So you have the wildfire. It's burning, and it's on the north rim of the Grand Canyon, right?
Yeah.
And so it's so hot.
Yeah, obviously, right?
That there are fire clouds. Clouds kind of create their own erratic weather systems, which I think is insane. I've never heard of that before. So this is such a
heat
big,
rising. Yeah, creates its own weather system.
Goodness gracious,
that's serious.
They're saying it presents a massive challenge for the firefighters. They don't exactly know what the weather will be from second to second, because I think there's been consecutive days where it's been dry. There have been powerful winds, and when these fire clouds form air over the fire, it becomes superheated.
Right.
And it rises into a large smoke column. And these giant clouds, like you can see them from hundreds of miles away. And I'm like, I'm looking at the cloud now. And first of all, I've never seen anything like it.
No.
Second of all, I can't explain what it looks like on the radio. I just don't know how to do it.
Well, and here's one of the again, we're all learning about this, that these fire clouds can also create downdrafts. So they can actually make it more dangerous on the ground by increasing wind and spreading the fire more. It becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
This fire is serious up here, and it is absolutely devastating, an amazing part of our state. Besides some of the structures, and we know we lost the lodge up there and some other things. I mean, we're just talking about such a huge part right there, north rim of the Grand Canyon. A reason a lot of people come to Arizona, by the way, come and see this, and it is just charred.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's. Can I throw something out?
Yeah,
I'm sure it's happened. Okay, but I can't remember. So a couple weeks ago, this fire started on, I think, the 4th of July. And then I remember the going, it's 26% contained. Yeah, okay, they're getting a handle on it, right? They're containing it. Yeah, yesterday it was 4% contained. Like, it's going the wrong way. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, we had it contained, and now we don't have it contained. Like, as opposed to getting ahead of this fire, it seems like the fire's getting ahead of them.
As my super best friend Chad Benson always said.
Uh-oh.
And he's coming up at 7.
Yes.
Mother Nature will mess you up.
That she will.
And so what we've seen over the last month from Mother Nature, the floods in Texas, the horrific floods. We've seen this. This was a lightning strike.
Tsunami hurricane.
We heard there was an earthquake the other day.
Earthquake?
8.8. And then the tsunami, which luckily did not destroy anything.
Fair. Yeah, was not.
And who knows why. But
right.
It's crazy. It really, really is. And I don't know when they're going to have this fire contained. I just don't know.
So when you are anywhere near, and by the way, there's plenty of people even driving up the 17 right now, maybe getting out of town, and you're seeing this.
You'll see it in the sky.
That's not a thunderstorm. No. Those are fire clouds, and they are thousands of feet into the air up there in northern Arizona, and some of them they said reach 25,000 feet high.
Unbelievable.
A fire cloud. It's basically smoke.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we're seeing some incredible things, and sadly, a lot of devastation going along with it. Check out the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then up next, so should airlines give you a free second seat if you're on the heavier side? Some people think they should. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's time for you to call Red Mountain Weight Loss. My great trusted friends over there of so many years. They can help you with a lot of different things. If you need to lose weight, they can help you. How about this? Guys, Low testosterone. This is something that's happening to many men. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. And there is a solution, and Red Mountain has it. And to be honest with you, it's really very simple. It is prescription strength testosterone. So if you're thinking maybe I've got low T, you feel sluggish, you're losing focus, maybe a little trouble in the bedroom. I mean, you go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, let them fix you right up. It's a simple issue for you to go and talk to the doctors at Red Mountain. And all you have to do is just check them out online, redmountainweightloss.com. It really is that simple. You'll start gaining muscle and lose fat, and you'll have some more testosterone, and it's going to boost your sex drive. redmountainweightloss.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit mwuclinics.com.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Delta says a flight from Salt Lake City to Amsterdam was hit by serious turbulence, forcing the flight to divert to Minneapolis-St. Paul. First responders met that flight last night, and 25 passengers had to be taken to hospitals.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump posted on social media today saying he ordered 2 U.S. submarines to be positioned off Russia. The president told reporters the move was in response to highly provocative statements made by Russian official Dmitry Medvedev.
We do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
Were you one of the lucky ones who got a little bit wet from some monsoon-like weather last night?
If you live in the East Valley, you probably had a pretty good chance. Some short but strong downpours, mainly near Mesa Gateway Airport, parts of Gilbert, Chandler, Queen Creek, and Santan Valley, even getting winds up to 40 miles an hour. But that's where the good news ends. Meteorologist Isaac Smith with the National Weather Service.
We do have an extreme heat warning in effect continuing through Saturday evening, so everyone should exercise the necessary heat safety precautions to stay cool and drinking plenty of water.
One person is in critical condition after 3 hikers were rescued off the White Tank Mountains yesterday as temps neared 110 degrees. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Maricopa County libraries have moved juvenile health books into adult sections and now offer a new parental control. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the news center with the story.
Yeah, Becky, all 14 branches of the Maricopa County Library District have moved juvenile health education books into adult sections, impacting about 52 titles. Samantha Mears with the Library District explaining.
Any books cataloged in the collection as 3 different types: juvenile nonfiction health sex, juvenile nonfiction health male, and juvenile nonfiction health female.
And today, most county libraries, separate from Valley City libraries, have began a program allowing parents to prevent their children from checking out up to 10 specific titles. County Supervisor Mark Stewart says that plan is to expand to all county libraries. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Time now to check on the traffic once again and get you home on this Friday. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got some slow traffic on the 10 eastbound still. This is just right around Queen Creek Road right now. Also, that earlier wreck is finally clearing on the 101 eastbound near 59th Avenue. Traffic slow there in both directions and especially on westbound, but that is starting to break up. We're seeing a light at the end of the tunnel there. And on the surface streets, there's a wreck at 16th Street and Broadway. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's an excessive heat warning weekend. 91 should be the overnight low temperature. Then tomorrow's high 113, and by Sunday 112. Currently in Peoria, it is 112 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. You've dealt with dynamic pricing with ride shares and event tickets. Oh, 1 minute the price is one thing, the next, way more. Are you ready for it at the grocery store? We'll price check you Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
I see what he did there. Yesterday, Gatos, we talked about the fact that Southwest Airlines were creeping up on the date when they're no longer going to have the open seating, the cattle call. Pick your seat.
No bags fly for free now.
Yeah, and Southwest also announced that they were getting rid of the program of plus-size customers getting to use 2 seats. So obviously a window middle or an aisle middle. Middle's got to be one of them, right?
You get 2 seats, but you pay for one, and
only had to pay for one because
that's out the window now.
You didn't fit in the seat. Yeah, Southwest says no. You can just buy a couple seats. Well, you're not going to do that anymore. And already it's leading to outrage. Outrage, I tell you, Gatos, from some plus-size travelers who have done what anybody would do in this situation. They would take to TikTok and rage about it. One woman who is plus-size, that's how she describes herself, so I'm not being body-shaming her. She says, you know what? Booking 2 seats can be expensive.
Mm-hmm. You want to hear from her?
Please.
This is what it's like flying Jetstar as a fat person. Step 1 is dressing in compressed.
See, she didn't call herself plus size.
She said a fat person.
This is what it's like flying Jetstar.
Is she doing? Is it F or is it PH? I don't know.
PHAT.
This is what it's like flying Jetstar as a fat person. Step 1 is dressing in compressive activewear. I could hardly breathe. I didn't ask for an extender because I got too embarrassed. But with a little hustle bustle it fit. I felt like I was going to decapitate my legs, but I got there in the end. And I practiced how I was going to sit for the whole flight so I didn't encroach on the person next to me because I am thoughtful. It was almost time to go and there was no one in the middle seat, so I was praying that it stayed that way. And it did. Thankfully, I was so grateful. On the way back, that was a different story.
It's because no one wanted to sit next to you.
Whoa.
Sorry. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah. What I don't understand, and the thing that kind of stuck in my craw a little bit, is that some of these plus-size travelers, they're influencers also.
Okay.
Are basically saying...
Influencers.
I'm not going to book 2 seats. Why should I have to pay more just to be comfortable?
They will never book a second seat.
Yeah.
That is never going to happen.
She says it's the airline's fault.
And it makes us more uncomfortable because they will be in half of our seat.
She says, I'm a paying customer like everyone else. Why should I have to pay extra to be comfortable? Is she serious?
Why do I have to pay what I'm paying to be uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's my question.
How about this? Let me throw this in there. This just popped into my head. Follow me on this. It's going to be a complete left turn.
That's okay.
I was on a red-eye flight a couple weeks ago from L.A.
All right.
Scottie Pippen was on my flight. The basketball player.
Awesome.
I think he's 6'9". I looked it up. I'm pretty sure. He's like 6'9". Now, besides the fact that he's a basketball player, he sits in first class. Why? He would never fit in one of those seats in the back.
No.
And he doesn't think it's somebody else's problem that he doesn't fit in the seat. He's 6'9". He gets it. How come you can't acknowledge that whatever your body type, be it large or tall, you're going to have to make accommodations for how you travel, and it's not everybody else's job to make the accommodation for you?
Yeah. I have a friend, Dave, who's 6'8".
Oh, that's okay. So tall.
Okay. And so why couldn't he get the 2-for-1s when it was happening? Now it's gone. But don't you think he'd be a lot more comfortable?
Or maybe he should automatically get the exit row where sometimes there's some extra leg. By the way, I book early and sometimes pay extra for the exit row. Why?
Because you want to be comfortable.
I want to have a little leg room.
There's no
I make the accommodation for it.
Right.
I don't like having my knees pinned into the seat in front of me.
Well, I don't know what Southwest is going to do because right now they are all about making as much money as they can, and that's not what they've been about in the past.
It's going to be a change. Well, they're going to be like everybody else.
Right. You'll pay to have your bags checked.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the cattle call, as you call it. But some people like that's going away. And if you are a heavy set person,
you're being nice.
I am being nice because listen, you don't want to. You don't want to get on a plane and embarrass somebody that's sitting right next to you.
Well, the lady who thinks she's entitled to 2 seats, I got no problem embarrassing her.
That's fine with me. I can agree with that.
That one who says, you know
her.
what, I deserve 2 seats. Okay, here's my other thing.
Yeah.
At what point do you deserve 2 seats? Is there a template? Is it like, where you bring your carry-on, it has to fit in the little box, or you can't bring it on the plane? Are they going to make you stand in something and go, okay, you're big enough to get 2 seats? Like, where is the line?
I mean, they've thought about putting that scale there. They have talked about that year after year, man.
I like not having somebody in the middle. I like being able to put the little armrest up and kind of spread out. Yeah. Why can't I have 2 seats?
Yeah. So what you're going to have this is what you're going to have.
I'm ready.
The heavy-set person, totally uncomfortable in one seat.
Mm-hmm.
The person sitting next to the heavyset person, totally uncomfortable.
I can one up you.
Everyone's uncomfortable.
You ready?
Yeah.
Heavyset person sits in the middle. Makes 2 people uncomfortable. One on either side.
Hadn't thought about it.
Yeah. That just doubled your uncomfortableness.
Yeah.
Why is that my problem?
What do other airlines do, though? The other airlines make you buy an extra ticket.
Well,
but also that's not feasible for your wallet. It isn't. I know it's a tough thing, but like you're gonna pay $2,000 or it's $1,500 now. It's hard.
At what point? Okay. Let's take it out. Let's take it out of that realm.
I'll be uncomfortable for 4 hours, and so will the person next to me, and they're just gonna have to live with it.
At what point is it a safety issue? Come on, we're all about safety on airplanes, right? At what point is you not fitting in your seat a safety issue?
If you're strapped down, you got the seatbelt on, you're probably fine. Yeah, hold on to that person if something happens.
I don't want to. Are you going to put them on the aisle? We're never getting off this plane.
I don't know.
We're never getting off this plane.
I don't think there's a good solution. They don't have different sized seats necessarily.
One size fits all seats.
Well, except for first class.
Right. But those are pricey.
Super pricey.
Again, I got another left field story. Ready? Doesn't involve Scottie Pippen. Have you ever been, and I know this is a trick question.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Fenway Park in Boston?
Are you kidding me? Are you?
So I went to Fenway, and they still have
visit a cave in Afghanistan and say hello to Al Qaeda before I do that.
They have the old section, literally the 100-year-old seats, and
tiny.
Okay, I'm a big guy. I admit it. I'm
tiny.
6'2". I couldn't fit in the seats.
No, it's tough.
And literally sitting in the seat, my knees were pressed up against the ones in front so much that it was starting to cut off my circulation.
That's how the old Yankee Stadium used to be.
I'm like, well, so humans are just larger because they showed pictures and they go, everybody was sitting comfortably in these seats 100 years ago.
Isn't Wrigley Field the same?
Yeah, similar. Yeah, the old section. Yeah. But airlines don't care about that.
I don't know what airline's supposed to do. If you're overweight, you're overweight. If you're going to be uncomfortable, you're going to be uncomfortable.
But it's the same thing if you're 7'5".
Right.
Guess what?
You're going to be uncomfortable.
Well, you're not even going to fit in those seats.
I think that some people say this. If you're 7'5", you can't do anything about it. And I know this doesn't sound very PC, but
I like this. I like where we're going with this.
But if you are overweight, there's always something that you could do about it.
Yeah.
Especially now.
One of the influencers says, it's not her fault that she's plus size. Really? Whose fault is it? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Where did that come down? All right. I'm outraged. Check of the headlines are on the way. I know. I had my blood pressure's up, and this is not a good day.
Relax over there.
It's a Friday. I should be better.
You should be better. You know why?
Why?
It's a Friday.
Becky Lynn coming up next. She's got a check of the headlines on the way, Gatos. And then the fallout continues from the Kiss Cam.
Oh, jeez.
Remember that one? The Coldplay Kiss Cam? And how might it affect your work? We'll talk about that next.
All right. Connecticut Water. Let's talk about why you need this amazing system, okay? First of all, it'll pay for itself in 24 months. You will save electricity on your water heater. You'll cut your soap and cleaning product use. And you will save thousands in plumbing and appliance damage. We have bad water in Arizona. The water affects your pipes. There's all that white film over, your faucet and everything in the kitchen and the bathroom and the shower. So I personally use Connecticut Water. We have never bought a bottled water ever for the last 20 years because Connecticut works just so perfectly. Any tap in the house, you get a great drink of water. So call them at 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Connecticut Water, very refreshing.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. We now know a hiker died after being rescued from the White Tanks Mountains yesterday. Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the 21-year-old had a body core temperature of 110 degrees when the rescuers got to him. Two others with him were also in rough shape.
So they got, in way over their heads. People should not be hiking in this temperature.
And with a hot weekend expected, an extremely hot weekend, the sheriff is worried that rescuers are going to be very busy over the next couple of days. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Couple spots of slowing. Still a little bit stubborn. Reports of a wreck out by Avondale Boulevard on the westbound I-10, so a little slow there from the 101 to Avondale. And then another spot that's slow is just where the westbound 10 meets the 303. But other than that, most of the Valley freeways are starting to calm down quite a bit. You shouldn't have too hard of a time getting home right now. Traffic is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of Super Savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NZ 23 select models only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
LaDonna Harvey here. Can firefighters outflank the weather this weekend on the north rim of the Grand Canyon? Find out Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
Gatos, it is not easy to keep up with what's going on in the economy. I fully admit that I don't know exactly what to make of today's jobs report. The first Friday of every month, the jobs report comes out. It's a jobs report. But the jobs report is just an estimate. It takes a few months where they go back and, I guess, really count it all up to get the real number. And neither of those things looked very good today. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah, the jobs report gives you a little bit of insight on how the economy is doing and how people are hiring. So today, the jobs report was bad. The United States economy added only 73,000 jobs last month. The other part is they revised even a few months further back.
Right.
And that knocked out a couple 100,000 jobs.
May and June. They went back and
correct.
Yeah, came up with the real number, not the estimate.
Correct. So the labor market is showing signs of weakness. When you add 73,000 jobs in July, it's not good. I think a lot of people expected it to not be very good. Trump didn't like the numbers, so he fired the head of whoever puts these numbers together.
He fired the person that adds up the numbers. Silly
move. Again, you never know what he's going to do. I don't want to talk about that because I think it's silly. But we talked to Jim Rounds today, an economist. Yesterday, we were digging into some of the numbers. We talked to Dennis Hoffman, who's an ASU economist. And what Dennis told us yesterday was Arizona's economy is pretty good. It's probably going to be better than other states. And Rounds said that too. But Hoffman said, if you have a job, make sure that you keep it. Right.
Yeah. That the job market is a little bit tight. I wanted to come back just because I thought this was crazy. So they went and the May and June job reports said the economy added 258,000 jobs. Okay. That's the estimate. Then they go back and actually count the numbers. So the hard numbers were June was 14,000. May was 19,000. I can understand being off by a couple thousand. That's off by 200 and something thousand. Do you see what I'm saying? That's not even, you're not even in the ballpark. That's not even close.
Yeah.
So the last 3 months have been anemic as far as job growth is, at least the real numbers.
Yeah. Jim Rounds, economist, this is what he told us a little bit earlier today. Is this a correct statement? If you have a job, especially in Arizona, because let's talk a little Arizona economy. If you have a job in Arizona, hold on to it with dear life.
Yes, but the thing that's different about Arizona is I think we're going to weather the downturn much better than the rest of the country.
Why?
And so we're still growing. We're adding higher wage jobs than we used to. We have a good economic development profile. We're really accelerating in terms of the high tech areas. And so we're still going to be subject to the ebbs and flows of the business cycle. And one of the best indicators is actually looking at sales tax collections at the government level. They've been kind of gliding down slowly as well. But I feel like we're better positioned than a lot of others. We've seen some data where our inflation rate was really low compared to the rest of the nation, and some people were worried, does that mean that we have a weak economy? It just meant that our prices went up earlier than other states, and now they're leveling off while other states were still are catching up with us. So when you're a leader in the country, you end up having higher rates of growth in good and bad areas, and then you stabilize sooner. And that's why sometimes our rankings will fall in terms of job growth. And you'll see a state like Hawaii that has a disaster of an economy jump up to the top 10. It's actually because they were late to the game. It wasn't because they were a front runner. So you got to be real careful looking at the data, and you got to look at a lot of different data points. But the employment number is one of the better ones to look at.
I guess that makes sense on a certain level. Not every state, heck, not every city in every state is going to be kind of churning along at the same pace. Fair? And he said, so we've been a little bit ahead of this game, which means we're maybe better positioned to weather it to some extent.
Listen, 6 months into Trump, we look at the economy. It's not a disaster, okay? But I would say that it is tough to get a job these days. I would say the tariffs certainly have hurt. I think that it's more expensive in America right now to live. Most Americans, and that's not me saying it. There's a poll out that said, yeah, it's more expensive right now.
Prices are up.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you want to look at the Dow, Trump took over in January 20th.
Okay.
And the Dow closed at 43,000, let's say 400. Today, the Dow closed at 43,500. Not great. Not great.
Almost like exactly the same.
Okay. Some people like that it's not down and it's kind of level, but
better than down.
Yeah.
But not up. Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, a rescue on the White Tanks Mountain out in the West Valley. We have an update on it, and we had a chance to talk to Sheriff Sheridan about what goes into these rescues. We're going to play you some of that. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Arizona Painting Company, they will start the painting project on my house in August. So last year, got the exterior of the home painted by the Arizona Painting Company, and this year we're going to have the inside of the home painted by the Arizona Painting Company. Listen, if you need your house painted, you know, maybe there's a peeling of paint at the foundation. Maybe you're seeing a chalky residue on the stucco. What you do is you take your hand and you run it across. And if it comes off on your hand, you have what is called chalking. And you need to get your house painted because your house needs to be protected by that paint. And you know the summer heat and the monsoon, when you look at your house, the cracking and the fading and the problems you're going to see that you're seeing right now are only going to get worse. So text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you the phone number and I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, bulk valve AC here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Saturday at 8 o'clock, the Outdoor Living Hour of Rosie on the house. First Saturday of the month, so that means the Farm Bureau will be in studio talking about Arizona's small farms.
Followed by Bumblebee Home Services to answer any plumbing question you've got about your house, home, castle, or cabin.
And we'll be here all morning to answer your questions about your home. Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 $1,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It is 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
It worries me a bit.
The Commissioner of Labor Statistics is out of a job following a less than impressive July jobs report. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with some reaction from a Republican representative.
Before he fired her, President Trump accused Commissioner Dr. Erica McIntyre of manipulating the jobs numbers because she's a Biden appointee. Arizona Congressman David Schweikert tells KTAR the labor reports are getting weaker because less businesses are returning the survey data.
In many ways, I wish I had had a moment to talk to the president and sort of built the formula saying we need to do something much grander than just one person. We need to modernize how we collect this data.
As chairman of the Joint Economic Committee, Schweikert is working on legislation to modernize the surveys so it's easier for businesses to return the data. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KMPG Chief Economist Diane Swank tells ABC News the story the numbers tell is that job growth is slowing down.
Part of the reason that didn't push the unemployment rate up more is because we have fewer workers in the workforce than we once did. We are seeing baby boomers age out, not only aging out, but also take early retirement because they're afraid of losing their Social Security.
A few isolated thunderstorms overnight, mainly near Mesa Gateway Airport. Parts of Gilbert, Chandler, Queen Creek, Santan Valley getting winds up to 40 miles an hour. Unfortunately, though, Isaac Smith with the National Weather Service says it's not going to help make it any cooler through the weekend.
We're going to be looking at highs across the valley, ranging generally between 109 and 112 degrees. So we do have an extreme heat warning.
Be careful if you go out this weekend. That extreme heat warning is in effect through tomorrow. One person has died after Maricopa County deputies rescued a group of young adults from the White Tank Mountains yesterday, where they were overcome after hiking in the heat of the day.
Body core temperature was over 110 degrees.
Oh, no.
When the paramedics got there.
Sheriff Jerry Sheridan tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos 2 other hikers were not in good shape when they were rescued. He says people should not be hiking in the extreme heat of our summer days. And with this hot weekend ahead, he is worried that rescuers are going to be busy over the next few days. The Maricopa County Library District is now offering a parental choice program at 10 of the county's 14 library branches. This allows parents to list up to 10 books their kids would not be able to check out. Maricopa County Supervisor Mark Stewart adding,
our goal is to eventually move that to an opt-in program to where there will be sexually explicit books removed or unable to be downloaded or accessed by children.
There are plans to bring that program to the remaining 4 county libraries in the near future. Police are searching for a gunman who opened fire inside a bar in Montana, killing at least 4 people.
The Deer Lodge County Law Enforcement Center says Michael Paul Brown is believed to be armed and dangerous. They say he first opened fire inside a bar in the town of Anaconda and was last seen in the Stumptown area 6 miles away.
Officials say it's not yet clear what circumstances led to the gunman opening fire. The governor says he's monitoring the situation.
That's ABC's Trevor Alt reporting. Well, the stock market had its worst day since May after the government reported a sharp slowdown in hiring. And President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs on imports from a number of U.S. trading partners. Well, today, the Dow was down 542 points. The S&P fell 101, and the NASDAQ dropped 472. For more money news, just go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking the road home tonight, Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix Fire Department just put out a fire on the westbound 10 near the Hohokam Expressway. It's not causing too big of a problem right now because actually traffic is starting to hit that nice Friday light that we like so much. There's also a crash blocking the right lane on the 202 westbound near 24th Street. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Thinking about getting an annuity? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com to schedule an appointment to learn about the good and the bad about annuities and make sure it's right for you. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Extreme heat this weekend. Definitely take it easy. Wear sunscreen. Don't go hiking in the middle of the day. 91 the overnight low. Tomorrow's high 113, 112 on Sunday. We're at 111 in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour of the week.
Oh, a lot of people, including us, will tell you that is the best of the hour.
Let me tell you what's coming up this hour.
I'm ready.
In about 25 minutes, we're going to pay tribute to a teacher. We've got $2,500 thanks to our friends, your Valley Toyota dealers.
Yeah.
We will give a deserving teacher on the first week of school $2,500 at 6:30.
That's really cool.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. Last hour, we had an opportunity to talk to Sheriff Sheridan. He was actually listening.
Yeah.
As we were having a conversation earlier about...
He texted me.
He texted you in the middle of the show of a mountain rescue that the Maricopa County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team performed yesterday for 3 young adults hiking in the White Tank Mountains, think West Valley. We learned some new information from it, and we also learned about kind of what goes into some of these rescues.
Yeah, and we discovered it was a tragic day. Here's what the sheriff told us.
I thought maybe you needed an update and find out exactly what happened yesterday because it was very tragic.
Okay.
One of the hikers, a 21-year-old man, lost his life.
Oh, no.
His body core temperature was over 110 degrees.
Oh, no.
When the paramedics got there. And so what happens is we'll get a call of a rescue, and in this case, we got the initial call from rural fire department because that's their area out there. And we quickly deployed a paramedic, and the helicopter crew went out there. They couldn't land because of the terrain, so they had to offload the paramedic by hovering, which is dangerous in and of itself. And they quickly got the guy in one of those baskets, and they took him down to the waiting paramedics from the Rural Metro and Buckeye Fire Department. And we also had to rescue the other 2 hikers who were not in good shape either. And they're young people.
Right.
And so they got, in way over their heads. People should not be hiking in this temperature. I'm a hiker myself. I've hiked the Grand Canyon, rim to rim a few times, Mount Humphreys, and, been around. But when I do that, I train for the Grand Canyon, for example, in the winter months, and I hike in the spring. So I'm not out here trying to train for a Grand Canyon trip.
Yeah.
So people need to be smarter. They're putting the rescue people, the helicopter crews, the fire department, and everybody, the posse search and rescue people that come out and help them, because now they're in this weather exerting themselves. And not only that, with this rescue in particular, every one of the people that responded from the fire department, the sheriff's office, that were there at the scene also had to be loaded on that helicopter. The helicopter had to hover 2 feet above the ground because they couldn't land because of the steepness of the terrain. And that's dangerous in itself because the helicopter is not very stable when you add weight to it on one side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it everybody, every one of those people that go out to rescue, I'm very sad for the family, but I'm very angry that people continue to go out in this weather. And here, we rescue about 4 people a week out in the desert. You know, one of the other big problems we have, too, is the electric mountain bikes.
Oh, yeah, the e-bikes you can take off-road, yeah.
Yes, and so we had a couple of people that we had to rescue this week out in the desert, and they fell and broke their leg and their collarbone and all this stuff, and they're out there. And good thing, the one positive thing I will say, good thing they have their phones with them, because we can get GPS coordinates out there and go right out and find them. So that's one good thing. But these rescues. But these people shouldn't be out there doing that. They shouldn't be out there doing this stuff in this weather. And I'm very scared what's going to happen this weekend. It's going to be, 114 both days, something like that. And they're going to be out there drinking on the river and out in the rural areas. And it's very difficult to do these rural rescues because you know, we don't have crews immediately available.
Right.
It's not like a South Mountain thing. You know, Phoenix Fire and Phoenix PD do great jobs in their rescues. And, you know, they have crews pretty close by.
Hey,
we don't.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is joining us. He's told us that there was a fatality. One of the people that were on the mountain yesterday has passed away. Sheriff, how do we solve this? I know that in the past we have a stupid motorist law where if you get stuck in water, you have to pay for your rescue. How do we deter people? Is it hitting them in the pocketbook? Is that what we should start doing? Hitting them in the pocketbook, making them pay for the rescue? For instance, how much did the rescue cost the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office yesterday?
A helicopter crew, flying a helicopter, all the fire folks from Rural Fire and Buckeye that responded. It's very expensive. And you know what? I think we should have, stupid hiker law, stupid mountain biker law, and charge these people the actual costs of these rescues.
We talking
and
like $5,000?
Is
Is it like $5,000? Is it $10,000? Is it something like that yesterday?
Probably somewhere in between.
Okay.
Probably closer to $10,000, probably.
All right. That is our conversation with Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan. Fatality on the mountain yesterday. Very sad.
Young person.
110 degrees out. You know what? I'm just going to say it. Some are not going to survive that. And I don't care how young you are or how good you are as a hiker. That's just extreme heat, and it hits people a different way.
Yeah,
it really does. And you know, the end of our conversation with the sheriff, we're asking like should we make people pay, for their rescue? And I think we should, because that's the only deterrent we have. And there should be signs everywhere. And a lot of people say, oh, well, it'll stop people from calling, the police or the office or 911. You're going to call 911 if you think you're dying on a mountain. It's not going to stop you from calling. And I think we've got to do something here because money talks. And people are going to be like, if I do get stuck, I'm going to have to pay a lot of money.
I mean, this is costing people their lives.
Yeah, this poor person went up, wanted to have some fun, bad idea, lost his life. But in the middle of it, also, there are other people whose lives are in danger trying to rescue them.
The rescuers, right, getting up there also, without a doubt. And, hey, listen, anytime you're hovering a helicopter and people are jumping on and off it, I mean, let's just be honest. It's a dangerous thing we're doing. And they sign up for it. The search and rescue people, the pilots, I mean, they understand what they're signing up for.
Yeah.
But they are going out and rescuing people who made a conscious decision to put themselves in harm's way.
So let me tell you about 2024. This is what we know when it comes to hiking on the mountains that could be deadly. In 2024, first responders in Phoenix made 35 rescues alone on trails that were closed.
On closed trails, right.
due to the extreme heat, that's when temperatures hit 105 or over. Okay, 35 rescues on trails that were closed. That does not count all the other rescues that occur when the trails are open. So it is, I mean, it goes without saying, it is super dangerous to hike in the middle of the day on any mountain here in the valley. And it should be a really easy decision. But I think you said it pretty well. You'll never think it's going to be you.
Nobody does.
Yeah. But I think that we can not bring babies on the mountain. We've had people do that this summer and had to be rescued.
It's a good start.
It's ridiculous,
Yeah.
okay? Leave the baby at home. But this poor guy lost his life, and it's just so tragic, and it didn't have to happen.
Didn't have to happen. No, did not have to happen. We appreciate Sheriff Sheridan for sharing the information that he had with us. All right, checking the headlines on the way, and up next, it's time for the Stream Team. We're going to tell you what you should or shouldn't be watching and streaming this weekend. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about buying you a new house, all right? Maybe it is time in your life where you need some more room, all right? Maybe you're in an apartment or you're renting someone's house, too small, you're trying to start a family. Okay, well, can you buy a house now? Well, the Lund Mortgage team, they're going to help you. And they'll help you because the first thing you're going to tell you is it's a buyer's market in the valley. We've had thousands and thousands of homes that are vacant and ready to be purchased, and that hasn't happened for many, many years. So your first-time home, you want to be a first-time homeowner, call the Lund Mortgage team and let them walk you through the steps. It's all free. They'll pre-approve you for a mortgage. That won't cost you a dime, but at least you'll have a starting point. And the starting point is the Lund Mortgage team will tell you how much house you can afford so you can go and shop. They're also going to get all your paperwork done, and they're going to get you pre-approved. Doesn't cost you anything. So take advantage of a buyer's market. Call the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The company 3M has made its first payment to the city of Peoria as part of a national class action lawsuit over contaminated drinking water. As part of the settlement, the company will pay Peoria $2 million over the next 8 years after the city had to shut down 2 of its 29 groundwater wells after those tested above the EPA limit for cancer-causing chemicals known as PFAS. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home. It's Friday night, and here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's Friday night. You've got places to go. There is still a crash that's now on the right shoulder of the 202 westbound near 24th Street. And a fire truck in the right lane with a wreck on the shoulder of the I-10 westbound near the Hocom Expressway. However, the rest of the Valley freeways are looking pretty good right now. We're finally experiencing Friday light. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. That's the quitter, by the way, delivering the traffic.
Don't be mean.
That's how I roll.
Time for the Stream Team.
Time for the Stream Team. That's
Brought to you
exactly right.
by
Life Changer Loans. Do you want to go first today?
Nope.
Okay, there you go. Good
No,
thing
I'll
I'm
go first.
Oh,
If
will
you
you?
want me to. Sure.
Okay, what are you watching, Gatos?
All right, so I went to the movie theater again.
Really?
Yeah.
You're becoming a reg.
Listen, we have a little bit of a rebuild in the house. And I've got nowhere to sit, so and the refrigerator is in the garage, and I don't want to go and get anything in there. So my wife and I are like, yeah, we're going to the movie.
It's air conditioned. There's snacks.
Yeah, we can get a
comfy
dinner.
seat. Yeah, okay.
Right. So we went to see Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why would you say something so terrible and naughty?
Do tell me how you.
Let's listen to a clip, shall we?
Mr. Work here didn't tell us everything that we need to know.
Look, this island was a laboratory of sorts. They conducted experimental work here.
What kind of experiments?
Crossbreeding of species, engineered entertainments, they call them.
Genetically altered freaks?
They left them here.
Why not just euthanize them?
The average cost of a created species is $72 million. What would you do? Kill it and have to tell your bank, or just carry it forward under R&D?
What would I do with mutant dinosaurs from an accounting perspective? Is that really the question?
So the thing is, how have they done this differently than all the other movies? Because I think we can all say the first Jurassic Park was really awesome.
Yeah, agreed.
And then maybe the first Jurassic World was pretty good.
They started going downhill.
Yeah, I agree. But Scarlett Johansson is in this, so how bad can it be?
Okay, all right.
And basically, they're sending her to a place on the planet that no one is allowed. No country on Earth is allowed in this part of the world. And the reason that they're going back to this part of the world is to secure genetic material from dinosaurs whose DNA can provide life-saving benefits. And I think it's like, it would, I'll give you really simple. It would like eliminate heart attacks.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the thing. There are 3 dinosaurs.
Oh, what a shocker.
They've got to get the blood from 3 dinosaurs. How in the world do you get the blood from 3 dinosaurs?
Not easily.
That's why it's kind of a cool movie.
Oh, okay.
And so you think it'll look the same as all the other Jurassic Park movies. It doesn't. They use water in many scenes with dinosaurs,
all right.
and it's not it's not the norm of they're all running around, and they use the ocean.
Okay,
really kind of spooky. And there's some. My wife got scared 10 times. There's some jump. What do you call them? Jump
scene. Yeah, where it makes you jump out of your. Yeah. Oh, I don't like that at all.
She
jumped
about 5 times.
Popcorn went everywhere.
Popcorn went everywhere. So if you're looking for kind of a cool, fun movie, it's they've reimagined it. It's interesting how they get the blood from 3 specific dinosaurs, and I had a good time. I thought it was better than Superman. So
okay. Better than Superman.
Yeah. Jurassic
Were there any
World
squirrels in this one?
Rebirth.
Not enough.
Superman, let the squirrel die.
Let the squirrel
You're in the
die.
middle of a fight with some massive creature that's bigger than a building, and you stop everything, literally, and you try and successfully save a squirrel.
Ridiculous.
Let it get smushed.
Okay.
All right. This is the stream team.
All right. This will come as no surprise to Becky Lynn. I watched a new documentary that came out just the other day on Netflix.
Should we just guess? Go ahead and guess.
About a serial killer. It's called. It's actually a series they did. It's called Conversations with a Killer.
Oh, that sounds great.
The Son of Sam tapes.
Oh gosh.
The Son of Sam killer was a dangerous wild card.
The city was in a frenzy of fear.
I'm afraid to be in this neighborhood.
Young people in pairs are getting shot.
People have not gone out of their houses.
As a prison reporter, I wanted to understand how a human mind spirals out of control.
You're sick. You love this stuff.
So, in 1980, the Son of Sam, it was 1977, 76, 77 when he went on his serial killer spree. In 1980, a prison reporter sat down in the prison with him over months and recorded their conversations, audio recorded. This is the first time anybody's ever heard those recordings.
Okay. So
they don't have video of him. So there is some recreations, and there's a lot of interviews with victims, the detectives.
He killed 6 people, I think.
Yeah, he did. And hurt others. The survivors are in this, as well as some others connected to it. But you get to hear David Berkowitz, the Son of Sam, his actual voice and him describing some of what he was going through. They have the letters that he was sending. He sent some to the newspaper. He sent them to the police.
He was mocking the police.
And, and honestly, when they finally got him, it's true because in his own words, he said this. When they came up to him, he was getting in his car. He said, "What took you so long?"
Wow.
Yeah. He was waiting for it. And he said that he was sending these letters and dropping hints because he wanted the police to catch him. He thought that they weren't getting close enough and that he thought they should speed this up.
Why do you want to get caught?
It was a game to him, it sounds like.
It absolutely was a game because he couldn't stop himself. And he specifically attacked women. I remember this vaguely, but it terrorized New York City for months, where people changed their hairstyles because they thought he was going after specific women with long brown hair. People wouldn't go out after dark. It terrified people. And he, in his own words, you can hear David Berkowitz explain why he did this and why he was feeling this need to get revenge, how he felt rejected, and went on this killing spree. Absolutely terrifying kind of to hear it.
I have a question for you. And this still, I'm just amazed. For somebody who is scared of the winged monkeys in The Wizard of Oz.
Oh, they're terrifying.
I mean, seriously. And you won't watch horror movies.
Oh, no, I will not.
How do you go to sleep at night after watching documentaries like this?
Like a baby.
These are real.
I am fascinated. Honestly, I am fascinated by what goes on inside these people's mind that makes them act like that.
I think a lot of people are. That's why documentaries like this. And did you ever watch that series,
Mindhunter?
Mindhunter.
I've watched it twice because I loved it so much.
Yes, I watched it too. It was great.
Dexter.
Yeah,
and Dexter.
Again, what goes wrong? But again, hearing from his own words, like what went wrong in his mind, how he couldn't separate necessarily good from bad, right from wrong. Absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Again, it's on Netflix. It's one of the top shows. It just came out this week. It's called Conversations with a Killer, The Son of Sam tapes. Must watch for those of you like me fascinated by serial killers. Checking the headlines are on the way. And up next, it's time to pay tribute to a teacher. One Lucky Valley teacher is walking away with $2,500. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's one question every couple needs to answer. What if something happens to us? Kids, a house, a life you've built, but no estate plan? That's a risk you don't want to take. With Trust and Will, it's fast, secure, and easy to protect what matters most. Start your plan today at trustandwill.com. Use code RADIO to save 20%. Check it off your list. One less thing to worry about. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Saturday, 8 o'clock, the Outdoor Living Hour of Rosie on the house. First Saturday of the month, so that means the Farm Bureau will be in studio talking about Arizona's small farms.
Followed by Bumblebee Home Services to answer any plumbing question you've got about your house, home, castle, or cabin.
And we'll be here all morning to answer your questions about your home.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Don't miss these late season matchups when the Cleveland Guardians, Boston Red Sox, Philadelphia Phillies, and Los Angeles Dodgers visit Chase Field. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is the place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. We now know a hiker died after being rescued from the White Tanks Mountains yesterday. Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the 21-year-old had a body core temperature of 110 degrees when the rescuers got to him. 2 others with him were also in rough shape.
So they got, in way over their heads. People should not be hiking in this temperature.
And with a really hot weekend expected, the sheriff is worried that rescuers will be very busy over the next couple of days.
Maricopa District have moved juvenile health education books into adult sections, impacting about 52 titles. Samantha Mears with the Library District explaining.
Any books.
Deaths of 4 people in Lake County, Tennessee this past Tuesday. 20 Las Vegas athletics. You can catch the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch coming up at 7:05. And today the Phoenix Mercury was in Atlanta taking on the Dream. The Dream won that matchup just moments ago, 96-72. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking traffic for us now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Just one wreck right now. This is the I-10 eastbound at Dysart. Just a little bit slow right there, but other than that, Valley freeways are experiencing what we like to call Friday light. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
91, the low temperature overnight. Our extreme heat warning continues into Saturday when the high should be around 113 and 112 on Sunday. Right now in Chandler, it's 108. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Arizona Attorney General comes on the Mike Broomhead Show to talk about 25 lawsuits. It happens Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Hey, it's time to pay tribute to a teacher. We've done this for several years here on KTAR, and of course we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. Pay tribute to a teacher, $2,500 once a month goes to a deserving teacher, and then the winner gets to see Bruce and Gatos in their classroom.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the highlight.
I don't know if that's the highlight, but it's part of what we do is we bring the big check down there. So we've got $2,500 to give away right now. Ooh. We've got some teachers on the line. Are you ready to talk to the first teacher?
Absolutely. Let me introduce you to Kelly Nelson, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teacher at Aprende Middle School. She's a middle school teacher.
There you go.
Right. Hello, Miss Nelson.
Hi, good evening.
I want to make sure. Do you do special ed? Is that your...
Yes, I do a self-contained special education class.
Okay.
So tell us about your class, because, wait a second, you're probably back in school, right?
I mean, it's day 2. Here we are, back at it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, your head's swimming. Yeah. Okay. Well,
are you okay?
we should
I
ask.
mean, like literally every teacher everywhere is very exhausted this week, but we're also thrilled because it's a really exciting time of year.
Goodness. Well, tell us about your class. What happens in your classroom?
My class is wonderful. I love my kids. I love my school. I have 10 students, so I primarily serve students with autism and intellectual disabilities. I have 2 phenomenal instructional assistants that I work with. I work with related service providers, and we work on all of the academic skills. We work on emotional regulation, daily living skills. You know, it's really individualized for each student and what they need.
Yeah, I can only imagine they're all at different levels of their development, and that must be a bit of a challenge as well, right?
It is, for sure. You want to make sure that you're giving each kid what they need, and that looks different. And also, really working on engagement is important. So I try to be as fun and as energetic as possible so that my kids really stay with me as we're working through all of their tasks.
And how long have you been teaching?
Oh gosh, 23 years in special education.
Wow.
So I would and I started as an instructional assistant. I was a teacher. I was a department chair. I actually was a principal for a few years, but I really missed teaching. That's my true calling. So this is my 4th year back in the classroom, and I love it.
Well, if I could say, I know teaching in itself is a calling, but I know special education is a special calling inside of that. What drew you to special ed?
Well, both of my parents, Gary and Sharon Bond, are educators and were for, it feels like a million years. And my mom was a special ed teacher in the Murphy School District back in the 70s. And I grew up hearing her stories about the impact that she had on the kids. And of course, I was dragged to every school function by my mom and my dad. So I just grew up in schools. There was no getting away from it. But once I was in college, I volunteered at my mom's school in a special ed class. And I knew from there on, that's where I belonged.
Oh, wow.
Kelly Nelson's joining us. Apprende Middle School, grade 6, 7, and 8. Possibility to win $2,500. Do you have a child in mind that you will remember forever?
I have many. I could probably cry talking about some of them. And my favorites are when I still get messages. I still get emails and text messages from a mom of the boy is now 37. So they really are in my heart forever. So yes, there's many. And if I talk about them too much, I get emotional.
I have a feeling that you're in a lot of their hearts as well. I mean, when you're spending this much time with them, it's such an important moment in their lives. You're more than just a teacher. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes, absolutely. And I work really closely with the families as well. So, we have really good partnerships. So I also have families that I still connect with, and I was just texting with one yesterday whose son is now a senior in high school and checking in on how he's doing. So it really is. You feel like you're part of the family and that, they're so connected to you. So it goes both ways.
So if you were to win $2,500, what do you do with the money?
My husband and I started dating about 20 years ago, and every single Christmas since we've dated, we do a Christmas giving where we pick a kiddo from my school that could use a little extra joy at Christmas, and then I recruit family and friends to see if they want to donate, and then we buy them a meal, a really nice holiday meal, and some gifts to make sure that a kiddo that might not have Christmas gets one. So it's going to go into the Christmas fund.
Wow. I'm speechless.
Yeah.
So you just want you want someone to have a good Christmas.
Of course. Yeah. And a lot of my kids, they come from different backgrounds. So we try to help the family, as much as we can.
Well, I tell you, some kid is going to have an awesome Christmas because you just won $2,500.
Oh, I'm going to cry.
Oh, yeah. You win. No other teachers on the line. It is you.
Oh, that's really remarkable. Thank you.
What are you going to do for that kid? You got $2,500. PlayStation.
Good Christmas. Let's go.
Let's do it, right? There's going to be a lot of stuff under the tree.
See, I can do more than one kid now. I don't have to just pick one.
And Mrs. Nelson, if you want to keep a little bit of it and do something for yourself, you're allowed. Just so you know.
Well, I have to give a shout out to Miss Lynette and Miss Amy at school. They're my 2 instructional assistants that I've worked with for the past 4 years. So I'm going to take Miss Amy and Miss Lynette out for a nice dinner.
Nice.
Hear, hear.
Well, we're going to come to your classroom if that's okay. We're going to bring a big check. Thanks to our friends at your Valley Toyota dealers, $2,500. We're going to crash your classroom. We're going to get the kids all jacked up on sugar. Then we're going to leave, and we're going to let you.
They are going to love it. They're going to lose their mind, excited. They're going to be so thrilled. I'm so excited you get to meet them.
Good. We're excited to meet you too, and thank you for what you do.
Yes.
For all the children here in the Valley. You are awesome, and you've got the $2,500, and we'll see you soon. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's awesome.
Miss Nelson.
It's one of the best parts of our job, man.
Oh, she sounds awesome. Can't wait to not only meet her, but her classroom.
Yeah, kids are back at school, and it is go time again.
What a great way to start the year off.
It's an awesome way to start the year.
You show up, school's getting started, $2,500.
That's right.
All right.
And the teachers in Arizona deserve it. They are underpaid. That's why many years ago we decided to do this. Pay tribute to a teacher. So thank you to our great friends at your Valley Toyota dealers who helped make this possible.
Yeah, thank you, guys. All right, hey, checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. Oh, Gatos' Big Q poll. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better, that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
Their all-natural regenerative treatments use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:43. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump has fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics after the July jobs report showed a major slowdown of hiring in recent months. The Bureau of Labor Statistics finds U.S. employers added 73,000 jobs in July, far lower than the 100,000+ that was expected. And the estimates for jobs added in May and June both were revised down. President Trump blamed Commissioner Erica McTarfer, accusing her of faking the stats. ABC News national correspondent President Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
There's nothing in the law that prevents the president from doing this, but the criticism has been sharp. And not just from Democrats, from economists who say, think of how this data is used by large corporations, by small businesses. This is an entity that not just measures the labor force, the unemployment rate, but also, for example, inflation.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, just go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Friday night, and the road is ahead. Let's see if it's clear for you with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It is clearing. There is one last spot of slowness due to an earlier wreck that happened at Dysart Road. That's on the shoulder now, so traffic is starting to break up, and that is the last stubborn spot of slowness. Otherwise, it's Friday light. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I keep hearing about annuities this, annuities that. Good, bad, what's the deal?
The truth is they're just a tool. Now, there's some good ones, some bad ones. The one thing you want to stay away from is if you start to hear ads where someone says guaranteed 7% income or guaranteed 8% income. Never forget this. Income is what you take. Interest is what you make. And those bonuses, nothing comes for free. So if you think the insurance company is giving you something for free, it's coming out of future earnings, okay? So I would say this. If you are intending to buy an annuity, it's important that you give us a call. Get a second opinion before you buy that annuity. It's a long-term commitment. Make sure it's the right one for you.
Yeah, so get that free portfolio review with Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where you have a firm that's going to cover all your financial bases, financial and estate planning, insurance and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com, right side of the page. Here we go. The Arizona Diamondbacks traded everyone.
You aren't kidding.
They traded several of their stars just before the trade deadline. Do you agree with the moves?
Oh.
A, yes. B, no. C, I would have also traded D. Baxter, the Bobcat.
I would have traded D. Baxter, the Bobcat, 41%.
Click the little button here. That one was in last place.
Yeah, but I still like it.
So this is interesting. 37%, yes, I agree with the moves. 37%, no.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I disagree with the moves. And
26%.
26 of you, oh, gosh.
You know, throw in the towel.
It's hard because, you know, we've got these Arizona teams that get close and can't win the big one. And, you know, years ago we saw the Suns. They went to the to the finals and they're 2 games ahead. It's 2-0, right? We're like, where's the parade? And then they lose the next 4. You know, the Cardinals go to the Super Bowl many years ago. Didn't win, but it was a great season. We've had the Diamondbacks go to the World Series.
They won a World Series
a couple of years ago.
But went back, recently.
And didn't win. And it's like, man.
The Suns all right on the edge, right? Oh, so close, just need one more player.
It's hard to be an Arizona sports fan.
It has been
because now the Diamondbacks gave up their best power hitter. They're probably their best pitcher. But they're getting a lot of prospects back. And I think...
so it's a rebuilding year.
I think Diamondbacks fans are like, we ain't winning it this year. And these guys probably won't re-sign, so let's get something.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what? We learn more information, sad, disturbing information, I guess you would say, about the 3 people that had to be rescued off of a hiking trail in the White Tank Mountains We learned today from Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan that one of the people rescued, there were 2 men and a woman. One of the men died from heat-related illness, I guess you would say, where his core body temperature was through the roof.
It was 110.
It's unsurvivable.
So it's a #1 story now on KTAR.com. You can go there. You can listen to the exclusive audio that we had with Sheriff Jerry Sheridan. It's just a very sad. It's very sad that somebody lost their life. It didn't have to happen. It's 110 degrees, and you're hiking a mountain in the middle of the day, and it's just not a smart thing to do.
Well, doesn't this, we're going to keep coming back to it because I think there's something there. Do we need a stupid hiker law? Do we need
Maybe
something?
Maybe don't call it that. But.
Okay, fair. But something that will discourage people from putting themselves in harm's way like this, and not just themselves, but the rescuers. Sheriff Sheridan detailed that the area in which these people needed to be rescued from, there was no place to actually land the helicopter. So the pilot had to hover a couple feet above the ground so that the rescuers could jump out and start providing aid. Like, that's dangerous also.
It's very difficult. Paramedic had to jump from the helicopter while it was hovering a couple feet from the ground. We need a deterrent because the weather is not a deterrent, apparently. 110 degrees
roughly
is
at the
not
time
a deterrent for everybody.
I mean, tomorrow, 110, Sunday, 109, it's the weekend. Sheriff Sheridan said, I'm worried, how many calls are we going to get this weekend of people that are going to need rescuing out on trails that are not prepared, that shouldn't be out there, and really have just put themselves and then in turn the rescuers in a really difficult position.
Yeah, I think you've got to find them. And there should be signs everywhere. If you call for a rescue, we'd be happy to help you, but you're going to pay $7,000. That's what I figured we got out of Sheridan, that it cost around
he said somewhere between 5 and 10, yeah.
And so I think you have to put that up. I think you have to put that's the cost. So it'll deter people.
We have the stupid driver law, right? Stupid motorist. If you drive into a flooded wash and we rescue you, what's different from that, which seems to be universally accepted, to a law that does the same thing for people that are out hiking? Why do some people see those as two different things? You drive into a flooded wash and need rescuing, we're going to charge you. Mm-hmm. You go out at 110 degrees and for whatever, you don't have enough water, you don't have the right things, you're not a hiker, and you need rescuing, we're going to charge you. What's different?
I don't know. I can't answer it. Maybe it's the end of the show and I'm tired.
Okay, fair enough.
But
somebody, by the way, said, call it the too hot to hike law.
Okay, but your question, that's good, but your question is really valid. Both situations could end up deadly.
By your own actions.
Maybe it's that you're getting the car pulled out. Could that be it?
I got to tell you, I think that's probably less dangerous than, hanging from a helicopter on the side of a mountain trying to get people.
I don't know. I don't know why we don't have it. We asked Governor Katie Hobbs when she was in studio with us earlier this week, and it really is. It looks like it's a city thing. I mean, it's like these city policies.
These aren't state parks, right?
Correct.
These are state city jurisdictions and city parks and things like that.
But the people will
like
say,
Camelback is Phoenix, right?
If you find them.
Yeah.
If you're going to find people, on the mountain, people that are on the mountain and they're overheated, they'll be like, no, I don't want to pay the fine, so I'm not going to call 911. I think if you're feeling so ill and sick, you're going to absolutely call 911 because guess what? You can't take $7,000 where you're going. You're going to die, and you can't take your money with you.
Can't take it with you.
And so I do think that's a deterrent.
But the deterrent doesn't exist at all right now.
We have nothing.
Because we learned even from the people that took babies on the mountains or people that just, in their Crocs climbing Camelback and just can't get down. We give them a ride down, and then we just send them on their way.
They do their job, and they rescue people. And so yesterday, 3 people went up the mountain, and 2 came down.
Yeah, that's really the sad part of this. Hey, Thank you guys for spending time with us this week and today. Takes a village. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Justin Time over there. Our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. Delivering all your news and information. That's Becky Lynn over there. And, the quitter.
Yeah, part-time.
She's leaving.
She is. Thank you, Heather.
She's leaving. Heather, she's been helping you get home.
Been great.
No longer.
No.
I don't know what's going to happen. This place is coming apart at the seams.
We're doing traffic Monday ourselves.
We wish Heather Larson the absolute best moving forward. Thank her, and thank you guys.
All right. Bruce, man, are you lucky to have me.
Boy, are you really lucky I put up with you.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hello, lifelong dieter here. I'm Jamie West. I was that chubby kid that got teased a lot, starting me on a lifetime journey of fad diets and yo-yoing. A lifetime of frustration and aggravation until I found Phoenix Secret for weight loss. I lost 8 pounds the first week, just eating healthy foods at the right times of day. Now I've lost about 50 and I'm keeping it off without shots or drugs or prepackaged foods or counting points or calories. It reset my metabolism naturally, safely, using an exclusive 3-step protocol. My only regret, waiting so long to do it. This summer's been so different for me, swimming, wearing shorts, having a lot more energy. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. So don't put it off. Schedule your free consultation right now. 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440. Or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.